So I made a piece out of plexiglass, and I slid up in his cell. I said, "Hey Terry, these kids think they can tell them how to live in here, and if they keep pushing the line, I'm gonna kill one of them." And I slid that piece out of I had it up in my sleeve of my jacket, and I slid it out. I was in his cell, the cell door during an unlock. His eyes got real big because he knew me from the '80s, and he just kind of stepped back and he goes, "Well, I hope you don't have to use that." I said, "It's up to them." My friend was a clerk, and we had a cop. She was pretty cool. So he went in and he told her, "Hey, check this out. I want to check my homeboy's balance. Your money's on the computer too." And so he told her, "I want to see if my homeboy's got any money so he can go to the store." So she pulled the guy's file up on the computer while he's looking at the computer to check his funds. And there's his shit right there. If you have a funny crime in California, they put an R on your jacket. It's an R, restricted, R. And he came out and told me that dude's got a big ass R in his jacket, and there it is there. I told them guys, "Hey man, you just got this guy in the yard because he's buying you dope. And if you don't get rid of him, I'm going to get rid of him. And when I go to the hole, I'm going to let them guys in the hole know you got some sex offender running around the yard because he's buying you dope. But here comes some lame on the yard they just don't like. They will smut him and have him removed. But they got this guy in the yard because he's got a little money. He's buying him dope. They're extorting him." Later that day in the day room, they jumped on him, and building got gassed up and whatever. They got rid of him, but I had to force that issue to get that guy taken off the yard.
So we've got part 2 with Mitch Smiley, Hard Intentions YouTube channel. Please check it out. Link is in the description box below this video. Mitch ended up serving 38 years in the California state prison system, a hell of a long time.
It was a stretch.
In part 1, we got halfway through that stretch. We talked about his case. There was a fight. It was kind of a murder conspiracy thing. And he got sent down for that. So inside, he is, surrounded by gang members. This is back in what year? What year were you sent down? And halfway through it, what year are we in?
1979. I got arrested. About halfway through would be 2000. Actually around 1998 or so would be about halfway.
So it's just from the other guys we've interviewed about those periods of time, the 70s and the 80s in California prison.
Yeah.
You've got the black gang, haven't you? You've got the different Mexican gangs. You've got the Aryan Brotherhood. You've got the bikers. So you're navigating that system, and there's all kinds of mayhem going on around you.
Yeah, but I mean, it was just it was violence was, I don't know, like if guys are afraid. I think a lot of it just guys are afraid that, like, if you're involved with illegal activity in prison or anything, like if you get an argument with somebody, you have to live there, and it's a controlled environment. I mean, you did some time, so it's like people are afraid their reputation might get to be. No one wants to be known as a weak person in there because then guys think they can take advantage of you. So yeah, it's a stigma you don't want. So guys are quick to go to violence. Guys that don't.
And the opposite of that is if you act too tough, people are going to test you, aren't they, and call you out.
Yeah, if you put yourself out there like you're the toughest guy on the block, I mean, that's going to be a problem too. And also, really, guys that put themselves out there like they're, tough guy, killer, whatever, aura or a persona. I mean, nobody wants to be around that kind of person either. I mean, you don't want to associate with someone that's going to get you in a wreck.
Did you ever see anyone who was acting too tough get dealt with?
Yeah, I mean, guys that put their mouth out there like they're tough, they get in a wreck. It's like, if the guys stand around and say there's somebody on the yard that's, no good for whatever reason, and the guy that's the most verbal about, that guy should be this and that guy should get beat down, or that somebody should stab that dude, or, I've seen guys, put a knife in their hand and make them go do it. I remember when I was in New Folsom, there was this guy, I think he was from the South, and he was like, yeah, I got 6 life sentences, and, I'm this and I'm that. And so some guys put a knife in his hand and said, all right, go handle this. And I remember we're on the weight pile. It's on beef facility, and the weight pile, the yard kind of slopes down, and the program office was down, and from the weight pile, we're on the weight pile, and this guy told me to check it out. And I go, what's up? And I think this guy's checking in. Sure enough, he walked over to the program office with that knife and was never to be seen again.
If a guy points at another guy and says, he's got bad charges or anything like that, does that person have to show paperwork before any action is taken?
I mean, if the guy's smutting somebody because you don't like him, and he has enough guys following him, I mean, that was a classic, back in the day. Somebody would get stabbed, and they'd be like, well, why'd they stab that guy? Oh, he was a rat, or whatever. That was a classic. And a lot of times the guy wasn't a rat. He just smut they put on him so they could get him off the yard and get him stabbed or whatever. Or maybe he owed somebody some money and was a little late paying, and they wanted to prove a point, so they would just say, oh, he was a rat, or smut. If a person has a little bit of juice on the yard, you can smut somebody and get them removed. Once the prison gangs were locked up, 86 around there, they locked up all the prison gangs in the shoe, and they just let them out right before they were locked up in there for like 30 years, man, in the hole. So
when you say they locked up the prison gangs, do you mean the gang leaders?
No, all of them, man. What California did is anybody that was in a prison gang, they locked them up in the hole, security housing unit, and they stayed there for like 30 years. And so there's only so many gang members, So what they did was they would say, all right, all the gang members are locked up. And they had this big shoe unit, Corcoran, Pelican Bay, and Tehachapi too at one point. So there's only so many gang members, right? Prison gang members. So with the whites, anyway, they would say, oh, you're a skinhead, or you're a different group, or whatever. And they would start locking them up. And then they would say, oh, well, you exhibited, like if you check someone's paperwork, it got down to, they say, all right, that's predatory behavior. And they would give you an indeterminate shoe term. So if you're a regular dude and you commit an offense in prison, like say you stab someone, you could get a shoe term for like, 2 years or whatever, 3 years, and then you're out of the shoe. But if you are a gang member, or if you exhibit predatory behavior, they give you an indeterminate shoe term. I mean, you're in the shoe forever until they decide to let you out, which was,
So if you ask your cellie what his charges are, could that be classified as predatory behavior?
Yeah, well, if you, back in the day, nobody really checked paperwork. Like I said, the clerks did all the stuff when you came in, but they did away with that. So I would say, people knew me. I never really got asked for my paperwork because I'd done so much time. But yeah, you say, hey, you got paperwork. I'd show people my paperwork. They'd show me theirs, whatever. But if you go in a cell with somebody, or if somebody's on the yard and you're like, hey, I want to see your paperwork, and they don't, and it's bad, they'll give you a line of shit about, I lost the big joke was I lost my paperwork in a cell flood, then they go tell on you, then you get locked up for predatory behavior. And then like with the Hispanics, last time I was in the hole in San Quentin's in mostly northern Chicano Mexicans go through there. They were locking them dudes up. I was in the hole, and I would chat with some of them. uh, dude, they were locking them guys up and giving them shoot terms for nothing. And so my theory was the more guys they locked up, the more guys they could get to flip, you know. So you put some guy in the shoe and say, oh, you're classified, you're validated gang member now for whatever reason, we're going to give you a shoot term. Well, over half them guys are going to flip. They're going to go to S&Y yards. They're going to be like, I'm not a gang member. I want out of here. Well, the only way out is to go to an S&Y yard, you know, which is like PC.
Is that called debriefing or something?
Yeah, if you're a gang member to get out like that, you have to debrief, you know. But what if you're really not a gang member and you just got you know, they put you in a cell with somebody, or you get caught passing a kite, or you got whatever, you know, you got in a fight over a personal thing, but then they say, oh, well, you did that because you're a gang member, and you know, so there's really nothing to debrief on. And I think staff had an agenda to get as many, because once you go to an S&Y yard, you can't really go back to a main line. But well, now they're mixing them. But so at one point, I think the S&Ys had like 70% of the prison population. You know.
Did they use the tattoos to identify the gang members?
You know, I mean, that's up to the individual. You know. Yeah, yeah. They'll say, oh, you got a tattoo of a, you know, whatever, some symbol that, you know, like say you're Mexican, right? You're Southern Mexican, Northern Mexican, whatever. You like to tattoo some of your culture, your ethnic background, you know, on you. They would say, "Oh, well, that tattoo, that's your gang member." You know, really, the guy's just a Mexican descent, wants to tattoo some of his culture on him, or you know what I mean. But the staff would use that to identify him as a gang member and validate him and get him in the hole. Uh, you know, the hole is only there's only so many guys that really need to be in the hole. You know, so that's their agenda, man. Was just to create chaos and misinformation, and just you know that the staff have a job just like the inmates have a job, and the gangs have a job, and they have a job too. And the security squad, we call them the goon squad, SNI, search and investigation. You know, that's their their game. You know, is to identify people as gang members. I had a bunch of photographs of guys that I tattooed on, and some of them were bike clubs. One of them became a prison gang member and went to death row. So I had photographs of these guys in my photo album, but it's the tattoos that I did on them because I'm a tattoo guy. The goon squad hit my cell. This is later on. I was in level 2 San Quentin, you know, and they took my photo album and then called me over to the goon squad office, and like they were trying to say I was a gang member. I'm like, well, you know, or a motorcycle club member or whatever. And I'm like, I go, look, dude, there's guys in there from different motorcycle clubs. And the reason I have those photographs is because I did those tattoos, you know? And they're like, yeah, okay. I mean, if it was all one group of people, maybe, but you know, it was different groups of people, and you know, but that's their game, you know. Staff have a game, and you know, I was talking to a friend of mine, and he's got friends that are in there. He communicates with, and you know, that he said some captain told him over in Delano said, CDC is a big homie now, you know. So, you know, they got, you know, they have an agenda, and their agenda is, you know, they're cops. They go to work every day in a prison, and they're surrounded by guys who don't leave that prison every day. And if you work in a prison, you know, you want to. It's like you want to go to work and be safe and finish your shift and go home. And so, you know, they're always up on information. They're always recruiting guys to rat. They're always it's just a constant flow. Everything's in flux all the time. You know, it's weird, man.
So halfway through your sentence, then, which prison were you in?
I think I was in Lancaster prison. And you know, I told you, like when I was in Corcoran, I flushed a quarter ounce of crank down the toilet because I was pretty much done with that shit. And you know, it was great because I was out of the mix. And you know, things started changing. You know, it's like I didn't really realize what was going on in the street, because I've been in prison, almost 20 years at that point, 17, 18 years. So drugs were changing on the street, and the mentality of drug use was changing on the street. For me, when I was out, and mostly, up about that point in my sentence, like I said, it was about partying and making money. And now, the drugs that used to be manufactured in California, like crank, was being manufactured in Mexico, and it was different. And the mentality behind drug use was just that was the lifestyle, using drugs. It was weird, man. They came out with the 3 strikes law in California, started giving life sentences to guys for stealing pizza and shoplifting Levi's. And, they bumped the prison population up to almost 180,000 people. We had the 3rd biggest prison population in the world. I think they said China was number 1. The United States as a whole was number 2, and then California. So, I mean, it was, they were sending guys to prison, man, that were, they might have deserved to do 2 or 3 years at best, and now they had life sentences, and they're in level 4s. So it was just a drug culture beyond, it was just, their whole life was just to use drugs, and I couldn't relate. So
How was that new type of prisoner integrating then with the older established prisoners?
well, the older established prisoners started getting less and less and less, and these new guys became more and more and more. But we would just sit around, like, I was in Lancaster. We started having riots of whites against the Southsiders, and traditionally, we whites usually got along with the Southsiders. And there was this older cat. He was my neighbor. I worked in arts and corrections, so I was out on break, and he was out there. I go, hey, I forgot his name. I'm like, hey, bro, check this out. What's going on? He's like, what do you mean? I go, why are you guys jumping on us? It's not supposed to be this way. And he's like, dude, he was an older cat too. He just is like, dude, it's a new day. He didn't like it either. But it's like, what do you do?
Was there a reason that decision was made?
Well, that was it was mostly over drugs. Guys weren't paying their drug debts, but the first riot they had there on that yard was like 120 to 11.
120 versus 11 people.
Yeah, whites were severely outnumbered.
Where were you? Where were you on that day?
That day I was at work. I was in arts and corrections. The second riot they had while I was out on the yard, I had 13 dudes jump on me.
13 dudes. Take us through that, please, Mitch.
Well, I went out to the yard. I seen like some weird shit. Like the whites had a table right outside education. My shop was inside education. So you go out, you go through a fence, and then you're on the yard. And I noticed the cops were sitting at our table, and where the whites sit. And I'm like, what the fuck, So I go out. I had a bag with a hot pot in it. I said, heat up water for coffee and shit at work. So they had a white dude on the yard they called Buck Knife, and he had come from the hole, but he had been on another yard. And he was a skinhead guy. There was like 3 or 4 skinheads on the yard. And so I go up to where the white dudes are. I go, what's up with the cops, man? They got our table. They go, yeah, the Southsiders just try to stab Buck Knife. I think his name was Jimmy or something. I don't know. I go, really? They go, yeah, So I go, all right. I go, so what's up? And they go, well, they're skinheads. They're on their own. I go, what do you mean? Because that's their shit. I said, hey, check this out. Them dudes are white, and if they fight, if they stand up for themselves, I'm gonna stand up with them. And they're all looking at me like, I go, you think they're just gonna jump on them guys? They're gonna jump on all you guys. And I remember there was this white dude, George Luchev. He was Croatian, I think. Yeah, but he always worked out with his Southsider all the time. He's a fucking heroin addict, So we start to walk, you go line up in front of your building and go in. And I was in building 1 and he was in building 2. And this dude's my size. And so he's over by his building. I'm walking over there and I see the door open for his building, and he's going in. I go, "Hey, George." Like 3 times he turns around and goes, "See you later." Like, what the fuck, and yeah, fucking coward. So I go and stand across the street from my building, and there's just like a wall of Southsiders. I was like, "Oh fuck, this ain't gonna be fun," And yeah, they rushed us, and it's just like a wall of people running at you. I just swung that bag with that hot pot at him back and just started, bing, 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 bing. You just got to move. You got to. So I would hit dude in the face 2, 3 times and then go, kind of spin. Riots don't last long, but if a riot lasts 2, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, it seems like forever. I was just glad they weren't stabbing us.
Why weren't they stabbing you?
I don't know. I don't know. But it turns out they wanted that dude off the yard, and I said, "Well, why don't they just go in the cell heads up with him?" And they said, "Well, they already did that." I guess several of them ran up in his cell in another yard, and he beat them all down. He was a tough guy, so they just they told the white dudes want that guy off the yard, and I'm not going to run somebody off the yard for another race. It's not my. So we had a riot. Then other times it would be over money. Guys own money, Prison just got fucking stupid and white dudes. So after that first riot, I went and told the white dudes, while you're on lockdown, you come out for showers. And I told a couple of them youngsters, I go, "Hey, you guys want to stop this from happening?" And they go, "Yeah." I said, "All right, when we come out, we'll just act like everything's cool for a couple of weeks, and then on a certain day at a certain time, we'll just take off on them and start stabbing them. We can, we got to try to kill some of them, and after that, the shit will stop." And they're like, "Yeah, okay, cool, I'm down," and I'm like, "All right," because I didn't dig it. Um, and so we came out. We're all standing around in this little circle out in the yard, and I go, "You guys got pieces?" And then they start hemming and hawing. They're like, "Well, some of us haven't been paying our drug debts, and we kind of had that coming." And I go, "Hey, check this out, motherfucker! I don't even use drugs." And I was younger then. I said, "What about that 55-year-old dude they beat the fuck out of it? That guy doesn't use either, and he doesn't have any debt." So I was like, "Fuck you guys," you know. And then that dude George that went in the building, he was out there with his homeboy, and I was kind of shining him on, and so when I was going to work, and he's like, "Hey man, what's up?" I go, "I'm just doing my thing," and he goes, "Man, you've been kind of shining me on, so what's going on?" And he goes, "I can take it, I'm telling me that, what's really going on." I go, "What's really going on is you're a fucking coward, dude." And his homeboy was sitting there like, "Wow." I go, "You fucking ran in the building and left us hanging out there in the yard, you fucking creep. You're a coward," And, I had already quit using, quit selling dope, and shit like that just made me realize, I'm on the right track. And on that yard there, I got kind of tight with a Catholic priest. He was from Ireland, and old school, big guy, really smart. He was a college professor down in Mexico City for like 25 years. He worked at MIT for a while. He was a smart guy, but he's from Ireland. Uh, so I got into going to the Catholic Church, and people that are intelligent, but they can relate their stories to you on a level you can understand, even though their intelligence level is way above mine. I find them interesting and fun to converse with, and he would tell me stories about growing up in Ireland and all that kind of shit, But I just kind of separated myself more and more and more from the bullshit on the yard. You still got to be there if something's going on, obviously, but that's when I made the decision. Look, I'm going to be in prison. our governor, Gray Davis, wrote an article in the LA Times that said, if you're in prison for murder, and technically my case said murder, even though I was the aider and abetter by vicarious liability. They said, if you're in prison for murder, you're going to parole in a pine box. So I was like, all right, there it is there. The governor's saying, you're never getting out, right? So I decided, you got a couple options. You can hang out on the yard, shoot dope, be involved with violence and stupid shit, going out of the hole, or you can get off big and just do the rest of your time in the shoe, or you can be on the main line, do my artwork. I was working in arts and corrections at the time. I can do my artwork, get a decent music set up. Listen, I like music, right? Art, get some decent food once in a while, have a visit once in a while, just be comfortable and just wait it out. I'm either going to die in here or they're going to change. And so that became my game plan, and like I said, I had a bunch of points. It took me quite a while to get down to a level 3. So from Lancaster, I went back to Donovan prison, and that prison had also changed. I left there in '96. Now it was just another dump, just like every other prison. They did away with a hobby. Obviously there were no weights. It was just same thing. Go to the yard, shoot dope, cause problems. But now that the gangs were locked up, you had guys that were like, I'm running the yard. All right. I'm the shot caller on the yard. Or a group of guys that were involved with drugs and different shit and thought they were about the shit, right? They would say, hey man, why don't you run the yard? And some guy would say, okay, I'm running the yard. And most of the time that person would be a dope fiend too, and make a bunch of bad calls and run up debts and get that free shot of dope because he's a shot caller and he's got his nose in everybody's business who's using drugs. But most of the time, that's so once in a while, some guy would step up and say, "Hey, I'm going to run the yard." He's not like my friend Mike from LA. He took the yard there one time, and he's not a dope fiend, and he didn't make bad calls, and he didn't actually like the guys who were doing that kind of shit. But what they would do is be like, they would use somebody up, get them in debt. They're all shooting dope on this guy's ticket. And then when he can't pay his bill, the shot caller would send 2 guys to jump on him. It's called a removal. It would remove him by having 2 guys jump on him in front of the cops and beat him down. And then the cops go, oh, that's like a message. Oh, they don't want him on the yard. He gets removed off the yard. Then the 2 guys say, yeah, we put in work. I'm like, dude, this is fucking ridiculous. I was just like, this is way out. You had guys trying to tell other guys how to live. I was like, dude, this is just bullshit. I was a plumber. I got my plumbing job back. So I could move around the prison pretty freely. I had friends that would come in through the reception yard and I would go see them, homeboys from Dago that were, especially if they're biker type dudes, I would go over their cell, bring them a little coffee, and tobacco was outlawed at the time, but I'd bring them a couple cigarettes, coffee, whatever. Just be like, so I just got more and more disgusted with prison, it just the criminal mentality of I'm going to commit felonies for money is pretty much gone. Now it's just I'm going to commit felonies so I can get loaded, and it was pretty disgusting, to be honest with you. There was no, like they did away with the hobby programs. I had my art supplies, stashed under my bed, but guys were always like, well, "What do you care about hobby for?" I'm like, "Well, that's where I make money." And they didn't that whole concept of making money while you're in prison. They didn't get it. Money was to get high. That's it. And I was just like, man, this is just bullshit, And, you know, all the older cats were gone down to level 2. Um, so that became my new goal, you know, was to get my points down and get down to level 2 and go to San Quentin, because San Quentin still had a hobby shop and, you know, old school type prison. But, you know, there were a few bumps along the road that could have prevented me from going. But,
What were the
I,
bumps?
you know, there's a riot here, you know, shit there, different stuff. I remember, you know, I hadn't had to have a knife for quite a while, you know, have peace for a while. So, but it got to the point where I made there was a dude on the yard, Terry Campbell, and Terry Campbell was gay. He'd been in prison since the '60s, and he actually had 2 or 3 prison murders, you know, because of his sexual preference. And but the murders are from the '60s, early '70s, I think. And but he was on the yard telling these guys he was a dropout from the prison gang, and but he wasn't a rat. And he, you know, he had now he's got these swastika and lightning bolt tattoos on his calves, and he's got this story that he's concocted that these murders he got in prison were because he was in the gang, you know, and that's not true. And I knew the real deal, you know. The guy was, you know, he was a homosexual, and he had rumor was he had his boyfriend back in the day was black, so you know that got him a lot of trouble, and it got him a couple murders over it. But now he's reinvented himself as this, but and he's also a dope fiend, and so all these kids are thinking he's the shit, you know, he's the man, and I know the truth. So a couple guys who were hung around me all the time, I let them know the real story, and they're like, "Wow." And there's all these tough guys following this guy they think is a tough guy, but really he's, you know, I mean, the guy would kill you back in the day, but that doesn't mean, you know. So I made a piece out of plexiglass, and I slid up in his cell. I said, "Hey, Terry, these fucking kids think they can tell a motherfucker how to live in here, and if they keep pushing the line, I'm gonna fucking kill one of them." And I slid that piece out of I had it up in my sleeve of my jacket, and I slid it out. I was in his cell, you know, the cell door during an unlock. His eyes got real big because he knew me from the '80s, you know, and he just kind of stepped back and he goes, "Well, I hope you don't have to use that." I said, "You know, it's up to them." And I don't know what he did, but things kind of, like I was on the yard, and you know, I had this expression, white powder, Holmes, you know, because everybody's like, you know, white power, but they're all slamming dope. So they'd be at a table, and I'd walk by, and I'd go like this, you know, white powder, Holmes, you know, because it really isn't about white power. It's about white powder. You know, it's about getting. But I remember there was this black dude named Snoop. He was on the yard. He was a blood from LA. In Lancaster, he was in the art class, you know. I taught him how to paint as part of the art program. And so there he was in Donovan. And all the white dudes they would have food sales there about, you know, once a quarter. And I think they had like a barbecue food sale. So all the food would come in styrofoam, you know, plates. And all the white dudes were getting laundry carts full of food and the food sale and taking it and giving it to the blacks and giving it to the Mexicans. I was like, wow. So Snoop's like, "Hey, you getting that food sale?" I go, "Nah, I'm saving my money for shit, you know." And he's like, "You want a plate?" I go, "Sure." Gave me a plate of this shit that they got from the white dudes. They're all sitting there eating, spreading, and you know, so I tell the white dudes, "Hey, you get in on that spread?" And they're like, "What do you mean?" I go, "Yeah, they're all spreading over there." I go, "Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry, that's the blacks. You know, they're eating your food." You know, it's the clown dudes. I mean, that's where the drug use got. You know, it's just like no self-respect, no fucking. There's no level of your identity is just you're a fucking dope fiend. And I was, you know, I would tell guys it's embarrassing being in prison now. You know, I just which just gave me more incentive to stay out of the mix and try to get to a prison where I could just hang out, Uh,
Yeah, I saw it, man. White boy meetings, dope debts, people getting rolled up. There was even a Russian guy who was sober. I used to play chess with him, and he'd go up to the white gang members and the white boys, and he'd be like, "The dope is sucking your fucking brains out. You don't know what you're doing. It is your biggest enemy." And he would tell them to their faces, and no one else did that. So,
yeah,
and because there's like a lot of pressure, isn't there? You know, if the majority are doing it, you come along and you call them out for it. It's
yeah.
yeah, it's quite a situation to see.
Well, there was a dude there. He had a fucking. Somebody told me, "Hey, this dude's got a sex crime. This guy had sex with an underage girl, like 13, 14 years old. But the guy's got a lot of money, and he's buying these guys weed. He's buying them drugs. So, there's no clerks around that can access paperwork anymore. Um, so my friend was a clerk, and we had a cop. She was pretty cool. So he went in and he told her, "Hey, check this out. I want to check my homeboy's balance. Your money's on the computer too." And so he told her, "I want to see if my homeboy's got any money so he can go to the store." So she pulled the guy's file up on the computer while he's looking at the computer to check his funds. And there's his shit right there. If you have a funny crime in California, they put an R on your jacket. It's an R, restricted, R. And he came out and told me that dude's got a big ass R in his jacket, and there it is there. So I told them guys, "Hey man, you motherfuckers got this guy in the yard because he's buying you dope. And if you don't get rid of him, I'm gonna get rid of him. And when I go to the fucking hole, I'm gonna let them guys in the hole know you got some sex offender running around the fucking yard because he's buying you dope." And that's, you know, but here comes some lame on the yard they just don't like. They will smut him and have him removed, but they got this guy in the yard because he's got a little money. He's buying him dope. They're extorting him. That's bullshit, to me. And so they jumped on. Later that day in the day room, they jumped on him, and building got gassed up and whatever. They got rid of him, but I had to force that issue to get that guy taken off the yard. Um,
Like you said, it's the prioritizing the drugs over the
yeah,
code.
right. Drugs mean more than anything, and it's not like old school guys see drugs as money, party, whatever. But it just became that drugs rule.
Had you been up to this point? Had you been stabbed, or had anybody tried to stab you?
Yeah, I've been stabbed, I've been shot,
What were the stabbings and shootings over?
just personal shit, but that was many years prior, and yeah, I mean that you're not going to do that much time without getting in the mix at some point or another. Like I said, that we had riots and
Are you able to describe those stories? Is it something you don't want to talk about?
you know shit happens,
Gotcha.
shit happens, but you keep living, and that's another thing I don't understand is with the guys checking in, like all the S&Y guys are checking in, and then getting out of prison and coming on YouTube actually, and we just had one got killed recently. I had a channel that was S&Y.
Really? What happened there?
Guy had a channel, Savage. Some guy rolled up in a tattoo shop or whatever and shot him. I don't know if
Whoa.
his channel, but he would get on YouTube and fat mouth prison gangs and just all kinds of shit, and somebody ended up killing him. But the thing is, like, I didn't understand the S&Y thing growing so large either, because if you got a problem with somebody on the main line, why are you checking in? I don't get it, Not everybody gets along with everybody. There's a way to either come to a mutual understanding where we're going to live in the same prison or we're not. And I don't know. They just they fed right into the prison and staff, the administration's program by going that route, and then they started a bunch of S&Y gangs, So from my understanding, S&Y It's sensitive needs yard. That's what the S&Y is. It's they used to just call it PC. Guys were just checking in for whatever reason, and then the S&Y yards created their own gangs. And so now it's to the point where, from what I understand, talking to guys that are in prison, they're still GP. They're saying they're going to start mixing. The staff are kind of tired of it because these guys have formed their own gangs and they're preying on guys that are just want to check in for whatever reason and do their time. So now they're going to say no more special yards. So they're starting to mix general population guys with guys who have checked in with S&Y guys.
Are you saying that the checked in guys became more than the general population?
Yeah, the estimate was like they became 70% of the prison population.
Wow. Wow.
See, I don't understand that. You know, I don't get it. What you know, if you have a problem, like the gang, like some guys, like, you know, obviously a guy that's a prison gang member and he drops out and rats on everybody that he's formerly connected with, he's not gonna walk the main line, you know. Some of them have, but they didn't rat. When I was in Donovan, they had that guy Jimmy. He was a dropout, but he wasn't a rat. He continued to live on the main line the rest of his term, you know.
I was reading more about Corcoran Prison, and it said they tried to do a policy of racial integration, but then they used that to put opposing gang members together to have gladiator fights to the death and shot them if they didn't participate.
I don't know about that because that didn't happen when I was there. The integration thing happened later, but so what they did was they said, you know, no more. There was a guy they called Purple Passion. He was a big giant dude, and he was a homosexual, and he was black. He wanted to live with his white boyfriend, whatever. And you know, there's no interracial living in prison, so he filed a lawsuit and he won. So the federal court said they had to integrate the prisons. So they came around and tried to force integrate the yards, and there were a few cases where they tried to put dudes from other races in with white dudes, and you know, you can't do it. You can't live with another race. I've seen Mexican dudes live with white dudes for a short period of time for whatever reason. I've never seen you can't agree to that, and that's the thing, you know. White dudes can't agree to. So you would go to classification every year for your annual, or when you drive up to a prison, they would say, they would ask you, are you gonna interracial house? And I'd say no. And so that did cause some problems. I think staff tried to do it because the federal courts ordered them to. I don't think they were doing it like to, you know, they might have tried to do it in Corcoran to cause guys they didn't like to get in a wreck, but you know, it just I was never anywhere where they actually tried to enforce it. And it would be more problems for staff than they wanted, really. And then once again, you got to understand the point of view of staff. Does a staff member really want to cause a problem that could come back to him? So in other words, like if some staff members are like, you're going to go live with this guy, and then it causes a problem, somebody gets hurt or dead or whatever, the inmates, the prisoners are going to look at that staff member as a cause of the problem, and then that could potentially lead to a, you know, hazardous situation for him. So they're not going to push the issue unless they absolutely have to. That's your average prison guard.
So it sounds like then, all right, so halfway through your sentence then, it sounds like the whole culture of the prison has changed. You've got drugs has just become an epidemic. The gangs now, it's all about the drugs, the shot callers, they're just doing it. So they
all the gangs were still in the shoe. All the prison gangs were still locked up. So.
But aren't the shot callers, aren't they supposed to be working for the gang members?
You know, that's, I don't know.
And kicking money up top.
Yeah, I didn't see that really happening. I mean, it might have happened somewhere up the chain in somewhere, but most of the places I was at, that wasn't happening. At least not with the whites. It was just there was no money being made. There was just money being spent. You know.
Hope you're enjoying this podcast. There's a word from our sponsor, Rocket Money. The other day, I had to cancel 3 Amazon Prime memberships. I had a personal on the UK Amazon, US Amazon, company account, US Amazon, UK Amazon. Do you understand how hard it is to cancel these bloody things? That's why Rocket Money makes these things so much easier, formerly known as Truebill. The app shows all your subscriptions in one place and cancels what you don't want for you. Rocket Money can even find subscriptions you didn't know you were paying for. Just like with me, with my 4 Amazon Prime memberships, you may find out you've been at least double charged for a subscription. To cancel a subscription, all you've got to do is press cancel and Rocket Money takes care of the rest. Get rid of useless subscriptions with Rocket Money now. Go to rocketmoney.com/Sean, SHAUN. Seriously, it could save you hundreds per year. That's rocketmoney.com/Sean, SHAUN. Thank you for supporting our sponsor, Rocket Money. Links in the description box. Cheers. So as you're going down lower security levels then, is it getting more relaxed in your life?
It should have been, but it really wasn't. Level 3s are still. I mean, Donovan, there was some shit where they jumped on cops. It was where we had a few riots. Same bullshit, less severity and less frequency, but um, you know, the saving grace for me at Donovan was I had a job as a plumber, and I could, I had a little 8-hour period every day. I was at work, and then I'd go out to the night yard and walk laps and play handball. I got ready to go to board. I had to go to board periodically, parole board. And my counselor calls me in, and she's like, I go, hey, I'm going down to level 2. I was blown away because at one point I had 164 points, and now I'm going down to level 2, which is at that time, that's as low as the lifer could go, lowest security I could get to. She goes, yeah, but you're going to the pro board. I said, I'm not going. And she had just became a counselor, and she was fairly nice, and I didn't want to, you don't want to cause problems with your counselor because that's the one that facilitates, shit you need done. But I'm like, I'm not going to board. She goes, well, you got to go to board. I go, I don't got to go to board. She says, oh, yeah, you have to. I said, I'm not. And she's like, well, okay, let me check on this, And next day, she's like, hey, you got to sign these papers if you don't want to go to board. I go, I'm not signing shit. I'm not participating. By now, it's just a big charade. It's just so I told her, look, I'm going down to level 2. My annual's coming up, and so I ended up signing the refusal for board, and she put me up for transfer to San Quentin, which is where I wanted to go, and I ended up going to San Quentin. Big shock there. They had a building. North Block used to be the whole, so now it's mainline. It holds 840 people, and 800 are lifers.
Wow.
And so now I'm seeing guys that I knew years ago. They became level 2s a long time ago because they weren't screw ups. And they had changed also. They had been living in this luxury level 2. I mean, they had boom boxes, they had Dickies jackets with Pendleton liners, and they just had, colored clothing still. And I was just like, wow, but they were spoiled. They missed all the changes that happened in prison because they made it to a level 2, San Quentin. So they were oblivious to what was going on in the rest of the system. I went out to the yard, and where the weight pile used to be, there's a tennis court now. So the Marin County Tennis Club on the streets built this tennis court in the prison. So guys are playing tennis. All right, cool. So I go out to the yard on a Saturday, and there's these women out there playing tennis with prisoners. I'm like, what the hell? It blew my mind, Yeah, it blew my mind. The warden there was very progressive, and she I forgot her name. She had outside. They have a thing called a brown card. They're volunteers that could come in the prison pretty much whenever. They had like 4 or 5,000 of them. They had more brown card holders in that prison than anywhere in the state. I mean, they had people that came to church every Sunday, like the Catholic chapel. They had about 25 people used to come in every Sunday, and they didn't go to church on the street. They went to church at San Quentin. They're volunteers. I mean, that's the kind of tripped me out. And so they had guys come in to play basketball, guys coming in for college programs, guys coming in for art programs. It was just, it was a trip. It really was. I didn't really have a lot of interest in the things that were going on, but it did. It created a whole different environment, you know.
Did you go to the church services?
Yeah, I used to go to the Catholic chapel there. But I was also studying with the stuff from the Orthodox Church, you know. I'd been since like 2000, so. And now and then I'd have an Orthodox priest come in and see me. But yeah, the priest there, he was kind of funny. He ended up leaving. I think he was, yeah, he was a problem. But there was a lot of stuff going on there, and then they started changing San Quentin. The warden left; she became the director of CDC, and we started getting staff coming from these other prisons where the mentality was, you know, screw the inmates. So there's coming in as lieutenants, captains, associate wardens. They started doing away with stuff. They would come in, you know, you're living in a prison where everyone's kind of programming. It's like the end of the road. Guys don't think they're ever going to get out, and this is just where they're going to live out the rest of their life. And then they started changing things. They started they would run everyone out to the yard all day long for 3 or 4 days straight, and they would just go in and start throwing stuff off the tier. Like they would throw boxes of paperwork off the tier. Guys got court cases going, typewriters, TVs. It's 5 tiers high. There would be a pile, like 2-3 foot deep pile of shit they threw out of people's cells out on the tier. You know, I mean, they just started disrespecting us to the point where there was one cop, Miss Beasley. You know, her mom was an administrator at one point, and I remember seeing her, and she told this rookie cop, "Let's go. This is illegal." And the rookie told her, "Sure?" She goes, "If they got a problem with it, you go to your union rep." She walked out. She said, "What they're doing is illegal. I'm not participating."
Wow.
So you would think the lower security prison guys, programming staff would give them a little more respect, but you know, you started getting cops working in there that were. We used to have veterans and guys who were kind of cool and understood. But you started getting staff members that were correctional officers. They never had a job before. That was their first job, and they grow up in a mentality in their family of you know, criminals or scumbags, and you know, so they think it's their job to come in there and punish you and make your life miserable. They've never worked anywhere else. They have no real world experience. And so that's kind of the mentality of a lot of the newer staff. Prison just started getting shitty, you know. So, you know, I had gotten out of the drugs and all that shit. That was never a problem. I've been clean for quite a while now. But tobacco was illegal. And so I found a route to smuggle tobacco into the prison. And I did that for about a year, and I got busted. I had a cell phone. I had a nice stash. They hit my cell like 5 times, never found my phone. I had a perfect stash. And then one day they came in and they took my. I wanted a motorcycle, you know, even though I didn't know if I was ever going to get out. So I was selling tobacco for stamps.
What was the profit margin?
Quite a bit. People would sell the stamps on the street for $8 a book. Stamps are $8.80 a book at the time. So I would sell a can of Bugler for 100 books of stamps.
Shit.
Stamps I'd send them out and they would sell them for $8 a book. So
Wow.
on that. And it was all right for a while, but you know, when you make money like that in prison, it's kind of hard to stop. And I got carried. I remember one time I had like 800 or 900 books of stamps on my bed. I'm thinking, man, how the hell am I going to get these things out of here? Because you're only allowed to have 2 books of stamps, you know. So
It's like money laundering problems.
my cellie left. He was a good youngster, and I got a new cellie, and I thought he was all right. And then I found out later, after I got busted, he had problems in another prison that I didn't know about. So I think he might have told on me. They came to my cell. So I had a jewelry box, and I would send the stamps out from my family and whatnot, and, you know, help support them, and they could take care of me without being a burden on them also. And but I would save stamps inside this jewelry box I made in the hobby, and I had about 800 books of stamps in there. And when I got to a certain amount, I was going to send it out, and that was going to be money for a motorcycle, you know.
Oh.
And yeah, they run up in my cell. They got that, and I had some stamps in different locations in the prison, and yeah, people told. You know what's funny about that is that prison had Northerners there, and I remember this one guy, Mondo. He was from Visalia, I think, Northerner. We went through a program together, you know, substance abuse, because I'm going to groups and shit, right? Still, Mondo was a 3-striker, and he was a Northerner, but he was like, you know, I don't care. I remember one time he goes, I don't care how big of a 14 you got tattooed on your neck. You're just another motherfucker to me until you prove otherwise. He was a straight up dude. He was a good dude, but he had made up his mind. Hey, he goes, hey, I got a daughter. I want to, you know, he wanted to get out and be with his family, and that was the end of his little prison career. So I liked him, and he knew what I was doing. He goes, hey, Holmes, if you ever need somebody to hold on to them stamps, just let me know. I go, all right. So one time I gave that dude like, I don't know, 600 books of stamps to hold. And I went back like 2 weeks later. I go, hey, I need them stamps. And there they were, you know.
Wow.
Trustworthy guy, you know. Didn't even open the package they were in, just, you know.
But when they hit your cell and you lost the mother load, that must have hurt. That's gotta hurt after all that work.
You know what else hurt was guys were clamped, because I was ordering. My mentality was, tobacco's not gonna last forever. I ordered enough art supplies probably to last me 10 or 15 years with some of the money. And guys in the hobby shop were like seeing my orders come in. They were envious, you know, I could see it in their eyes. But so when I got busted, all that shit got pilfered. Guys ripped off all my art supplies, my CDs, different shit I had. Guys scoured the places I had my stamp stash. I lost 1,500 books of stamps between the goon squad and guys pilfering shit. And I'm sitting in the hole, and I'm like, man, you know, what the fuck? This one guy was a program administrator. He's like, send him up the high desert. I go, hey, I'm a level 2, you know. They were mad at me. You know, it was pretty simple to smuggle the shit in. I sent it in through the mail, and but I asked my counselor in the hole, I go, hey man, how come I can't go back to North Block? And he started laughing at me. He goes, man, all them guys told on you. They don't want you back out there. So they tell on you and pilfer through your shit and take what they want, right? And then you're not coming back because they put you down as an enemy. It's just that's the way these guys became that have been in prison all them years, you know. I was like, fuck, man. So I got transferred to Soledad, level 2, and there I saw a lot of my old friends that were level 2. And now guys are starting to get out, you know. Guys with life sentences were getting out because of the court rulings that were coming down. California had to lower their prison population. They also, the courts told them, look, these guys don't have life without, they got 15 life, 25 life. You got to let them out. Now you got guys that got 30, 35, 40 years in prison. Guys that should have got out in 10 or 15 years, you know? So.
Did that give you hope, seeing these guys start to get out?
Yeah. So I told myself, look, man, I'm going to go to board in a year. I scheduled a board hearing. They're probably going to give me a 5-year denial. And, you know, all these guys told on me. They don't give a shit about me. The people that cared about me were no longer, I had a few guys in Soledad with me that I knew for years, were friends, but most of my friends were gone. My family on the streets who cares about me, my friends that care about me are on the streets now, or they're in out of state prisons, whatever. I just decided I was going to turn that 5-year denial into a parole date. And so I went to board. I had a real jerkwad parole board member. He just read me a riot act like I was just a major mastermind criminal, and
Shit.
Threatened the safety and security of the prison by smuggling tobacco. You know, it was just a couple hours of getting reamed out by this guy, and I just bit my tongue. In previous board hearings, I might have told him, you know, to piss off, you know, whatever. But I took it. I went back. All right, I got a 5-year denial. That means I'm going to go to board in 5 years. When I was at Soledad, I got valley fever, which I'm fortunate because it went dormant while it's still contained within my lung. It's a fungus, and it can eat its way out of your lung and, you know, can kill you. But it's a prehistoric fungus, coxy. Anyway, everyone that went to board and got a release date now, I'm questioning. A lot of more younger guys, they figured it out, you know, and so I would ask them questions, you know. What do they ask you? What do you got to do, you know? And like, look, you just got to go in there and be straight, you know. And so I'm like, all right, I know I got to do this 5-year denial, you know. So, you know, they opened Tracy up as a level 2. I had been there previous. I liked it. They had a hobby shop, you know, all this stuff. So me and my friend Terry, like, hey, let's go back to Tracy. I'm like, all right, cool. Because they were looking for guys to go. So we go to Tracy, and, you know, they say you can never go back, right? And that's true. Tracy had become predominantly a reception center. Here I am, same mentality, you know, the drugs, the I'm tough guy, I got the keys from the fellas, all this kind of shit. I was just like, man, they ruined this prison too. There was no hobby, very limited program. And so there was a guy there named Russ, had the yard. He was a heroin addict. I would see him talking to captains by himself. And the guy's like, hey, bro, you remember me from, and I didn't remember him. But when someone rolls up on you and they say, hey, remember me, bro? We're on Mars together, you know, whatever. And you don't remember them, that's a red flag, you know. They're trying to ingratiate themselves with you and you don't really know them. That's a red flag. So I got a job in the carpenter shop, and I had this guy that was working with me. He was from Long Beach, I think, South Bay, LA. And he was younger, and he knew I've been around and shit. And he would ask me questions about things that were going on in the yard. And I said, look, that dude's no good. He's like, what do you mean? I said, why is he in the day room talking to a captain by himself? Because he's a shot caller? That's bullshit. And there was a bunch of stuff going on, food strikes and all this other shit. Turns out this guy was in prison. He killed his own grandma, you know. And, it was kind of way out. And then some older guys that were with me had to put some of these guys in check. There were guys pushing a hard line, and after I left, turns out the guys pushing a hard line had sex offenses, you know, but they're the guy in the yard with their chest out trying to tell people what to do, you know. So we had to kind of tell them, you know, fuck you guys, right? Some of us older cats. But after I left, the shot caller guy, I told a few guys, hey, that dude's no good, and they're like, really? And they started kind of checking around. So what he was doing was he would go to the reception side and get money from people for tobacco and dope and then burn them. And then they get transferred out because they're going to prisons from the reception. And then they found out he was in there for killing his own grandma. And I kind of opened the door. I kind of opened the door by letting, like, hey, that dude, just take a basic observation. You could tell the guy's no good. So they, after I left, I heard they beat him up pretty bad. Give him brain damage, I guess. They fucked the dude up pretty severely.
Sounds like you had it coming.
Yeah, some guys from IE beat him, stomped him out pretty bad. I heard he broke his hand on the guy's face.
Wow.
Yeah, it was so because I had valley fever, they go, hey, this is the lawsuit that regulates the population of prison now in California was over medical. And so because I had valley fever, they go, you have to go to a medical facility. So they sent me to CMC West in San Luis Obispo. And I wasn't really happy about that because it's dorm living, and I like living in a cell. So I went there, and they put me in dorm 9. Then I went to dorm 9 was like the asshole dorm. For some reason, I always go to these places. I always end up in the asshole spot, and there was a couple of 45-man dorms, which is single bunks. I live in a 90-man dorm, double bunk, and there's no way I could get to one of these 45-man dorms, and they just kept me in this shithole dorm. And
After having been in cells for so many years, then going to a dorm, is it hard to sleep and stuff? Is it disruptive to you?
yeah, for me it was because I have a hard time sleeping anyway. But so I get to this place. It's an old. It used to be a fort. Then during World War II, they used it for a hospital for guys coming back from injured guys coming from the war. Now the National Guard owns it, and they rent it out. They lease it out to the state for a prison. So there's like trees on the yard, grass, baseball field. I'm like, fuck, this place looks pretty cool. But it wasn't. You got the term level 2 killers. That's where it comes from. So you got guys that are level 2 that are lifers. I ran into my friend Larry. He's a lifer. We're just trying to okay, we're level 2. Like you say, the mentality, I'm a level 2. I'm going to die in prison. So, even though I thought I might be able to get out, I still had the mentality I probably won't get out. And then you got guys doing set terms like 2 years, 4 years, 5 years. And they're the ones politicking hard, making life miserable. And that's pretty much the way it is everywhere. Guys that have set terms, they make life hard for guys that have life. They come up with all this bullshit politics, and guys like, yeah, my homeboy's so and so. I'm like, I don't give a fuck who your homeboy is. That's kind of my mentality. So I'm living in a dorm. I remember one time there's this guy in debt, and they I've been there a minute. I'm miserable. They come by like, yeah, we're taking a collection for so and so to pay his debt, so they don't, he's in debt. I'm standing in the doorway of the dorm, and I go, hey, check this out. If you stab that guy, I'll pay his whole fucking debt. Man, you're fucked up. You're fucked up. That's the way it's supposed to be. Somebody else's money like that, they're putting all the white dudes in danger now of being in a riot or worse. And then there was a group of guys. One of them was trying to run shit on the yard, and I went up, told the youngster, he was gonna try to ally the whites with another group of people against another group of people. He's trying to say There were Northerners and Southerners there. And so he's trying to say, hey, if the shit kicks off with them, we're going to back the Southerners. Well, I already been in riots with Southsiders. Them days are over. So I went out and told these youngsters, hey, look, man, that dude don't run the fucking yard. And I'm not down with this. And they're like, yeah, we're not down with that shit either. I go, look, I got your back, but I'm not going to step up front. I go, you guys are young. And there was like 5 of them. I go, if you guys don't like what's going on, then you need to step up and let them know. I go, I'm not going to do it. I've been there, done that. It's your turn, but I got your back. This guy's big, tall dude. So they go and tell him, hey, we're not with that shit. You don't run this fucking yard. You don't run us. And we're not with that shit. And that's not what's happening. And while they're telling him that guy was looking at me like, yeah, you know what I mean? But I was proud of them because they stood up and let him know, hey, you know, fuck you. We're not with your bullshit. You don't run us. And I let him know, you know, you guys are, you know, right on, you know. And so that same dude they were trying to collect money for borrowed a couple books of stamps from me. He owed one of my homeboys, Ricky, some money. And I'm like, all right. So my homeboy Ricky, his dad's in a bike club and he's a biker. And he's telling me, yeah, this fucking dude. And he's under the impression that, like, to beat someone up, he needs to ask permission from the shot caller. I go, hey, check this out, man. You're from San Diego. You're a biker. You don't need to ask nobody shit. You got a problem with that guy, go fuck him up. You know, you don't need to ask nobody nothing. And so the next day, shot caller goes, hey man, did you tell Ricky, you know, that I go, yeah. He goes, you know, bikers don't run nothing in prison. I go, yeah, cool. I got you. You know? And so a few days later, I was walking the track with 2 or 3 of my homeboys, you know, all younger guys. And when I got there, I told them, look, man, and one of them just got out of the hole for doing a removal. They had him remove some guys, you know. I told him, look, we're from San Diego. These fucking guys don't tell us what to do. If one of these guys tries to tell you, you know, you got to put in some work, come and see me. Let me know. Because we take care of our own shit. Fuck them dudes. And so we're walking the track, and I see this dude that owes me money for stamps, and he owes my homeboy some money, and I start motherfucking him, and I'm poking him in the forehead. I say, I want my shit, or I'm gonna kick your fucking teeth out, and I'm gonna take your shit. And well, he's buying dope for all these guys. So we walk around, we're up at a table. Here comes shot caller. So my cellie, my bunkie's from San Diego. He's kind of short. He grew up in the ghetto of San Diego. I mean, he's probably one of the only white guys in the neighborhood he grew up in. And he's kind of tough. He's a little guy, but he's tough. And he goes, hey, bro, I want you to get out of prison. You're a homeboy. You got a fucking problem. I'll handle it. I said, nah, it's all good. He said, nah, that's the way it is. So I forgot about that. So here comes this guy walking up the street. He just seen me threaten to kick his money bag's teeth out. And so he's worried about his getting high every day thing. And he's walking up the street and he goes, hey, Smiley, you got a minute? I go, what's up? And my little homeboy jumps out with his fists up. He goes, what do you want with my homeboy? And the guy said, whoa, it's not like that. No, it's not like that. So all that, you know, bikers don't run shit. You know, that was kind of, he got an idea that, you know, we might not run shit, but we take care of our shit. You know what I mean? And dude paid me and paid my little homeboy. But and then he ended up locking up about a month later, you know, because he was so far in debt he couldn't pay.
I can't believe they were trying to pay his debt. That's just enabling.
Yeah, it enables him to just continue to go in debt. And that's what happened. He went in debt, and then he checked in. You know, and the guys he's buying dope for, they know eventually he's going to go. He can't pay. I mean, you owe thousands of dollars for drugs. I mean, how the fuck do you pay, right? You pay by locking up. I mean, it's just, you know. So I've been there for a while. I spent a couple years on that yard. And so they have East Yard, which is cell living. You have a key to your own cell. Then they have the West Yard where I was on the dorms. And dude, I'm fed up with prison. So East Yard had some questionable characters over there. So for white dudes, you're not supposed to go to the East Yard. Guys that would go from level 3 East Yard to level 2, the white dudes would beat them down and remove them. So
When we wake up in the morning, we get out of bed and we start our day with Koro snacks. Koro is a healthy snacks brand focusing on bringing additive-free, natural ingredients to their customers with fair prices in bulk packaging. They have everything from nut butters to free from baking ingredients to cooking essentials and, of course, the snacks. And the energy balls are delicious.
They're my favourite, the salted pistachio. Can't wait to have this morning.
Let's see what this one tastes like.
Cheers.
Cheers. So what makes Koro special in comparison to others? Their bulk packaging allow them to offer their customers high quality products at a fair price. For a 5% discount on Koro's products, use the code TRUECRIME with no space in between true and crime. The link to Koro's online shop is in the description box on YouTube. Thanks for supporting our sponsor.
even though it's a mainline yard, they say, oh, it's a bad yard, you're not supposed to go there, whatever. So they came out with this thing, the long-term offender program for lifers. Brand new program. It's on the East Yard. I'm like, all right, and them dudes got single cells. I'm like, all right. The board created this program, the parole board. So in other words, my mind is the parole board created this program for us to go to prior to going to board. So if they're going to let you out, they probably want you to go through their program. So I just said, hey, fuck it. I'm going to go to that program and I'm going to go to board. And if they don't let me out, I'll come back over here, go to some other pen, and I'll deal with the fucking consequences, whatever, So I tell these guys, hey, I'm going to go to that program over there. The tough guys, while we're out doing dips or working out, They're like, come on, Holmes, you're not going over there. I go, yeah, I'm going to go take that program. I signed up for it. And then about a month later, I go, hey, I took the assessment. They come over, do an assessment, see if you're amenable to the program, whatever. And I go, I took the assessment for that program. I'll probably be going over there pretty soon. Bullshit, man. Come on, you're not going over there. I go, yeah, I'm going to go over there. I'm going to take that program. It's the only fucking way I'm going to get out of prison. And this one guy goes, well, my homeboy's so-and-so, let me get at him on the cell phone, and he's in another prison, big homie or whatever. See if it's okay for lifers to take that program. I go, I don't give a fuck. I'm going. I don't care what you or your homies think. I'm going to go take that program. These are guys that are going home. These guys have no idea what it's like to have done 30-something years in prison. They don't, or go deal with that fucking parole board. They don't know, they don't care. And so another month goes by. I go, hey, I'm in the dorm. I go, hey, I'm packing my shit right now. And I'm going to that program right now. I'm going over there right now. If you got something to say, we can take it in the TV room. Oh, it's all good, bro. We know you're trying to get out of prison. It's all good. So I split and I went over to the program. And about 6 months later, these other guys came over. And like, yeah, as soon as you left the yard, you were no good piece of shit. But to your face, it's all, hey, it's okay, But as soon as you leave, that's prison, So I did that program. I did my T-shirt patterns. I got into my artwork there because they had a little cell hobby program. And I did this program. It took a couple years. Basically, it was like anger management, substance abuse, shit like that, family relations. They had like 5 or 6 different programs, and I'm like, all right, and I had I had a job in the laundry, saved my money, buy art supplies. I was doing my artwork, going to this program. Then I got a job on a yard crew. My job is to go out and tell the cop, hey, I'm here today. See you later. And go back to my cell and do my artwork. You know, you get a job where you don't have to participate, right? Like when I was in San Quentin, I had that tobacco. I had a job to take the trash out of the building every night, and I would just give a couple youngsters a cigarette, and they would do my job. But so I took this program, and you know, everyone in there's lifers, been in prison 20, 25, 30 years or more. And it was kind of like they got inmates there that are mentors in the program. They go through training. They would be counselors, but they can't call them counselors. They call them mentors, you know. I had this Korean dude and this black dude, they're mentors in some of the programs. You know, after I've gone through a couple of the steps in the programs, these groups, they're like, hey, we got your story, we got you, and so here's the deal, you know. They lay out a scenario and they go, this is your story. I'm going, all right, you know. So, and they had it pretty correct, you know. So I'm focusing on my story. I'm like, man, I'm going to board. And I you know, the level of stress when I was early years, all the madness, it was kind of the same kind of stress, but it wasn't, you know, uh, am I going to go out and get killed today on the yard kind of stress, but it was the same level of stress because it's like, what do I need to learn in this fucking program to go to that pro board and get out? I mean, it was pretty stressful. So I was just eating up the information as much as I could. And you know, everyone that went to board and got a date or not, I was like, what they ask you? What they ask you about the program? What do you got to say? What, you know, and none of them had a definite answer. You know, it was like, you just got to go in there and try to be real. I'm like, all right. So I go through the program and, you know, I'm getting ready to go to board. I got a lawyer and she goes, your board member is going to be Randy Grounds. And by the way, that's the same guy that let Mike Thompson out.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. And I go, man, I heard that dude's a straight asshole. They say that's like the worst board member there is. And she goes, oh, no. She knew him from working at Soledad. He was a warden at Soledad when I was there. Now he's on the pro board. She goes, hey, this guy was a Marine. He trained Ultimate Fighter. He's just like you guys. And she goes, if your victim is a woman or a child or a cop, you're fucked, you know. But so I went to board and easiest board hearing I ever had, 2 hours, 15 minutes, boom, suitable for parole. And I mean, it's the first time I had a parole board hearing where I felt like they actually listened to me, you know. And you know, he didn't ask me one question about that program that I was in. Not one. But I know they could tell that you participated in the program by the answers you gave to the questions they did ask, you know. They're pretty smart people, man. You know, they see thousands of guys every year that are going in there trying to gain their freedom. And I'm sure out of those thousands of guys every year, they see a majority of them are bullshitters, you know. You acquire paperwork that says you participated in programs, but what did you learn from the program, you know? So that's their job, is to figure out, you know, how you've changed, have you changed, you know, and you know, you're a threat assessment. They have to make a threat assessment. You know, what's your threat to society? You know, and if it's low, then you know you get out. So I got found suitable.
How did that feel, man? After all those years?
Overwhelming. You know, it was overwhelming. You know, it brings you to tears. You know, all those years of all that shit was just about behind me. You know.
Wow.
And, you know, and it's not a question of all the stupid shit I did while I was in prison, because now all of a sudden that's not a factor. All the stuff they used to deny you parole all them years, they flip it and they use it to find you suitable. Like, you know, you did this, oh, you did that. You know, it's just weird. It's like two sides of the same coin. It just what kept me in prison all them years was politics in California. You know, tough on crime, 34 prisons they built. Prison Guards Union became the strongest union probably in the country. Their base pay is $70,000 a year. you know, that's what kept me in prison. Now the courts are pressuring him to let us out. I got a board member that was decent, and he came out of the boardroom and he says, you know, he goes, I could have denied you parole over that tobacco. I said, I know. I had tears rolling down my face. I was just overwhelmed, dude. I was just like, dude, I went from a place that, I'm going to die in prison. I came to prison when I was 17 years old. And I'm going to die here. And that was, no motorcycles, no wife, can't see the kids, can't see, my mom's going to die without me being around, right? Dude, I'm going to go home. This guy's telling me, look, man, don't take the easy way out again. And that's all right. And he said, guys like you are our biggest asset. And that kind of blew me away. And I go, what do you mean? He goes, you got a story to tell, and I want you to tell it. And he says, when you're able to come back in these prisons, I'd like you to come back in here and tell your story to guys in here. And I was like, wow, it really, thinking about that day now still
Of course.
brings up some, because here I am, I went from, 6x9 box to now, we're homeowners.
Do they let you out? What's the delay? How long does it take to get out once you get granted?
So that's kind of interesting, because it wasn't without incident.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, so you have to wait. These board members find you suitable. It goes for review in Sacramento, 120-day review for a full board panel. They took no action, and then it goes to the governor. He has 30 days to take action or not, and then he took no action, and I got out. But I had to wait 122 days, I think. So during the course of that, my dad, the guy I thought was my father, Sam, I wrote him a letter. I didn't really have much contact with him my whole life, really. His sister, my aunt, fantastic person, but so I write him, I go, hey, I'm getting out of prison, it's what a relief, blah, blah, blah. And I go, I don't want nothing from you. He's done real well in life financially, but I'm like, I don't want nothing from you. Just letting you know they're letting me out, Just wrote him a letter. A couple of weeks later, I get called over to the sergeant's office, and the sergeant's like, hey, this guy? I go, yeah. Is it a relative? I go, yeah, he's my dad. He just shook his head. He goes, I got an order here, no contact. I go, what do you mean? He goes, well, we read the letter you wrote him. So he sent the letter to the prison. They go, you're not in trouble. It's been deemed normal contact, but you're to have no contact with this guy. No letters, no phone calls, no visit, nothing. You can't have any contact with this guy. And the sergeant's just shaking his head like, fuck, how do you do this with your own son, right? I go, cool. I'm getting out, fuck him. He split when I was a year and a half old. So I go to the yard, and then time goes by, and the Friday pops up, and I get called to another yard. And I go over there, I get on the phone. It's like, I'm Captain so-and-so. I go, all right, what's up? He goes, I got a no contact order here for this guy. I go, I already been told about that. He goes, well, he contacted the warden now, and I'm doing the warden's review. Same thing, no contact. It's all good, man, cool. So I go back to the yard, and they call me in the counselor's office. They go, hey, you're going home next Friday. I'm like, fuck, all right. So this guy's like trying to stop me from getting out.
Your own.
So I go to church that Sunday. I come back to the yard. Now, they let the gang members out of the hole, out of the shoe. And we got some guys in the yard that are hooked up, Hispanic prison gang members, and they're actually pretty cool. Me and one other dude were the only white dudes that he would talk to on the yard. But the yard was pretty cool, but now it's a good yard for them. But things are kind of weird because there was tension amongst the white dudes are dope fiends, same shit. They owe the blacks money, they owe this, that, and the other. And then there's things going on with the Hispanics and blacks. But I'm not in the mix. I'm trying to get the fuck out of prison. I don't really care. I don't. The white dudes there, most of them were just dope fiends, so I'm not really associating with them. So I come back to the yard and like, you have a key to your cell. They throw the bar, the doors are open, but you got a key to open your own door. So usually like when I go off the yard, I could come in and tell the cop, hey, because they know they run unlocks, but if you're an older cat, you're cool, they would let me go to my cell and just go in my cell, instead of, because they know I'm not going to hang out on the tier and shit. So I go, hey, and the guy goes, wait for the unlock. I was like, wow, that's kind of weird. Usually they just let me go down the tier to my cell and
keep going. I'm just changing battery.
Yeah, so they would let me go down the tier to my cell and go in. So I thought it was strange, And so I go out and walk a couple of laps on the yard, and a Riot jumped off.
Oh no.
And but like I'm standing on this sidewalk by one of my homeboys, and so the blacks and the whites get into it, a ways from me. These black dudes are just running right by me over to where this thing is, and I'm like, what the fuck? I'm going home in 5 days,
Shit.
I stood there for a minute. Nobody put their hands on me. I mean, there's blacks by me. They're running by me. They see me. I'm obviously white, I'm 6'4", and they don't put their hands on me. So I'm figuring, fuck it, they're like, everybody get down. I stood there for a few minutes. I said, fuck it. I just sat down, my homeboy was by me. He sat down. I'm like, motherfucker, Like I say, riots don't last long, but then it jumped off in the buildings. Yelled out. One of the Hispanic dudes yelled out, hey, they jumped on a homie. Evidently what they did was they tied the grill gate open. They were going up and down the tiers inside the buildings, jumping on white dudes and Hispanics. I think a couple guys got killed, a few guys got stabbed, and in this prison that was like a rarity, And
man, you're this close.
Well, this was a program prison. I remember prior to this, like, my homeboy was in high desert, and he knew a cop that was up there with him, and he goes, hey, that cop told me, best thing I could do would be to get the hell out of this prison. And I go, why? And he said, they were going to flood it with gangbangers and fuck ups and turn it into a shithole. That was their intention. And I'm like, yeah, right. And that's exactly what they did. They turned a programming prison into a shithole prison. So anyway, that happened around 11 in the afternoon. And so B Yard's a whole, they have a bunch of walk-alone cages over there. They took everyone over there, everyone on the yard. If you're on the phone, everyone went to the cages. And it's like, we're locking everyone up that was on the yard. That means you're going to get a ride up. I'm like, fuck, dude, I'm going home in 5 days. If I go to Ad Seg with a write up for participating in a riot just because I was on the yard, they're going to take my release date. So I'm in a cage with about 15 white dudes. Everybody's separated by race. I see a lieutenant walk by. I'm like, hey, lieutenant. He's like, what's up? I go, I tell him my story. Yeah, I'm getting out in 5 days, just coming back from mass. I wasn't involved. I was just trying to, walk into the building, get to my pad. And he's like, yeah, cool, whatever. So I seen 2 or 3 lieutenants, I'm like, hey, boom, 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 tell them the story. I wasn't involved. I was coming back from church. I'm going home 5 days. Like, yeah, sure, whatever. And so finally, this one lieutenant listened to my story, goes, I'll check it out. Who else was with you? And I tell him, this guy here and that guy there. He's all right. And then here comes this cop, Vivian. He was my dorm officer over on the West Yard, I go, hey, V, check it out. Oh, this lieutenant said, you check this out. And he's like, that lieutenant's pretty straight up. He said he'll check it out. He'll probably check it out. And then here come this other cop. He was my daytime officer in the dorm on the West Yard. And his whole family works in the prison system. He's like nepotism. Man, I go, hey, man, what's up, man? Woo. And he's like, I'll check it out. I go, can it kind of co-sign me with that? He goes, we'll check it out. So I'm stressed, I'm like, fuck, dude, all this time. I got found suitable for parole. I'm going home in 5 days. And now, if they take your date, you have to go back to board and try to,
Oh.
if you have a write-up for participating in a riot, even though you were just sitting on the fucking track on a yard, they don't care. You got a write-up. So I'm stressed, man. And the whole day goes by. Now they're bringing in buses on the yard. They drive transportation buses on the yard right by where we're at. There's like 3 or 4 buses because Ad Seg is only so big. So they're taking guys to Corcoran, Delano, other prisons to put them in Ad Seg. I'm like, fuck, dude, I'm done. That's a real sinking feeling, And then about 3 o'clock in the morning, we're out there all night. Here comes Vivian, my dorm officer from the West Yard. He goes, "Hey, Smiley." I go, "What's up?" He goes, "Come here." I go, "What's up?" He goes, "Where are them other guys? Get these 2 guys. The guys I said that were with me." He goes, "Get them 2 guys. Let's go." I go, "Where are we going?" He goes, back to your cell." I was like, wow. So me and then 2 guys I told that lieutenant that were with me on the track, we went back to our cells, and everybody else went to Ad Seg.
Holy shit.
I heard later most of them guys got out of Ad Seg and came back to the yard, but them 2 guys were walking back that night. They're like, "Hey, Smiley, thanks." I go, "It ain't no thing," because people are afraid to stand up and say, "Hey," and talk to a cop, tell me, "Hey, what's up, man?" If you're not, I mean, what the fuck, man? That's and back in the day, guys would talk to cops. I mean, that's a misconception. Guys don't talk. That's how you manipulate staff. You got to communicate with them, So, but after I left prison, I heard that yard just turned into a dump. Very limited access to the yard, and just they ruined it. So,
what was the day of your release like?
It was pretty eventful,
Were you able to sleep the night before?
A little bit. I had all my stuff packed. I had a lot of art supplies. I packed all that shit. I took artwork and art supplies home with me, and my spoon. You have a plastic spoon in prison, carry everywhere. And I went over to R&R with my shit, and I sat there, and these 2 cops, Buffalo and Schmar. Schmar used to ride motorcycles, and they were my bosses on the yard crew, and so like they were the cops. Like if a white dude drove up, he needed his property, he needed something done, I could go to them and say, "Hey, this dude, whoop," and they would help him they would give him what he had coming, They came over to R&R. They had big grins on their face, they knew my story and shit, and they're like, "Good luck," and I'm like, "Cool," So I go out to the lobby. I'm like, "Man," I was like, "I'm in a spot that's a restricted area. I'm going towards the gate. I'm in the visitor staff processing area." And the staff that work out there, he pops up, he's like, "All right, man," all smiles, cheerio kind of attitude. It's like totally different from being inside, it's just like their genuine personality pops up, right? And he keys the gate, and here we go, and my mom picked me up and put my stuff in her van.
Had they put you back in the street clothes you were arrested in?
No, I think I was just wearing like shorts and yard shorts and a t-shirt. But so I got this paperwork. I got a card. They don't give you cash anymore. They give you a debit card. So I got to figure out how to get the money out. I got my $200 out of the machine. I went to Whole Foods and had some like cheesy egg shit they call quiche or whatever. Pretty good. So I call the parole office. I got to go to Los Angeles because I'm going. In my mind, I'm going to the Francisco Homes, which is run by Sister Teresa in Los Angeles. So I get down there. I'm on the road. I call the parole office, and While I was in prison, I seen guys parole when they were stuffed in the prisons full. Guys with parole on a certain, you got to report within 24 hours, and they would get parole violated, come back to prison because they didn't report, right? And so I'm like, I got to report within 24 hours. The parole officer, so I call. I go, do I got to be there by what time? She goes, and this black chick, you better get your ass down here right now. Woo, 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 and I'm like, all right. So I'm like, hey, I got to get there by 5 o'clock. And so we haul ass. We get there at like 4:45. And this black dude's in there. He's a parole officer. He goes, hey, check this out, dude. It's 5 o'clock. I live 3 hours from here. It's Friday. You're fucking my weekend up. I'm like, dude, I got to report within 24 hours. I've seen guys get parole violated. And he goes, let me see your paperwork. He goes, it says report within by the next working day. This is Friday. The next working day is Monday. I'm like, all right, So he piss test me and all that shit. And we went and hit a Best Western hotel off Slauson Boulevard. I'm from San Diego. I don't know LA. I think there's a restaurant on the corner called Ozzy's. I'm eating pork chops, first time in years. Some guys rolled up with some lowrider style Harleys they call Viclas. I'm like looking at bikes. I'm like, dude, I'm trying to find a place. I'm kind of a big dude. I go to this shopping, trying to find pants. All I got is skinny jeans and shit. I'm like, what the fuck? But I was just being a spectator, checking things out. And so Monday rolls around. I spent a couple days with my mom. Went swimming in the pool there at the hotel. It was pretty cool. My mom had sold her house and she was in the process of moving to Las Vegas at the time. And so I go to the parole office. During that 2 days, though, I got a hold of this guy. I knew Steve. He was in the Francisco Homes, older cat. He knew me when I was a kid. And he's a Mexican dude. And I go, hey, I want to get in Francisco Homes. He goes, let me check it out. He's like, there's no beds. I'm like, fuck. So I go to the parole office and she's like tattooed, piercings. She's pretty cool, butch haircut. She goes, I'm thinking the best place for you is Amity, one of these state-sponsored programs, And I go, I'm thinking that's the last place I want to go because they run them like community prisons, transitional housing. She goes, well, where do you want to go? And I said, well, I kind of truth, kind of bullshit. I'm like, I want to go to the Francisco Homes, and I heard they have a couch and there's a bed opening up soon. And she goes, all right. So she calls Sister Teresa, and she hangs up the phone and she goes, all right. I go, all right, what? She goes, head on over to the Francisco Home. So some guy had left that day and opened up a bed, which is it's weird how things kind of work out, And so I went to the Francisco Homes. It's in South Central Los Angeles. The house, they got 4 or 5 houses. It's in the ghetto, I lived probably 2 blocks from where the Rodney King riot started. A lot of guys don't even know what that is. But it's the ghetto. We're, like I said, we're the only whites in the neighborhood. I loved it. The difference between a state-sponsored program and the Francisco Homes is like the rules, like state-issued place. You can't have a cell phone for 30 days. Restrictions on where you can go. You got to get a pass, to go to the DMV to get an ID, and you got to get a pass for this, that, and you got to have a reason to leave the facility. Francisco Homes, there's none of that. The only rules are basically, no drug use, no alcohol use on premises, and you got to live there. And so I was kind of still blown away, but I was pretty well grounded. Some of the stuff out in society I couldn't understand, like all the the Antifa shit was just starting, all that kind of crap.
What year was this then?
2017.
What about technology?
Well, you know, I had a cell phone in prison, so that wasn't that bad. But computers are still kind of iffy for me. I don't really understand computers all that well. I can use a phone. And so I go there, and Ed and some other guys, you know, they've been there. So the guys that have been there, they kind of coach you along. What I liked about the Francisco homes is they gave you enough freedom to make it or break it. You could break yourself or make it, you know. And so these guys take me in the car to the DMV. I had my birth certificate, I had my social security card because I knew I needed it, right? So I had my family get that. And then I had different forms of where I was living, you know, a letter, and then a letter from Sister Teresa and this different stuff. And so they take me to the DMV and they go, all right, when you leave, you walk down this street and you get a bus, and you go down here and you go there, and they tell me how to get home, right? And if you have any problems, call us. So, you know, I made it home on my own. I got my ID. Uh, I had $10,000 when I got out. So I'm on the phone looking for a motorcycle, you know, Google used motorcycle, Harley Davidson, used motorcycle, Harley Davidson, you know. And you know, one time I went to a job fair and I missed the turn, and I'm way out Crenshaw somewhere, and I look and I'm seeing less and less white people and more people that look like, you know, they're smoking crack. And you know, so I go, I'm out of bounds. So I get off the bus. I got all my shit, you know, my resume and all this stuff in this little binder, and you know, people are looking at me like, what's this dude doing on our hood, you know? So I went to this Krispy Kreme and I go, hey Ed, I think I'm in the wrong. He goes, where you at? He goes, yeah, just go in that Krispy Kreme and stay there. I'll come get you. So he came and got me, you know. But that's how I learned to navigate around Los Angeles, you know, was taking the bus. I went down and got an EBT card. I told him I don't want no money, just food, you know. So I had food for a few months. And you know, you meet people. I'm not afraid to say, hey, what's up? You know, I did notice though, is it, like in the neighborhood, it's mostly blacks, and so I live in a spot like from here over is all black neighborhood, old school black neighborhood, and then from here over, it used to be a black neighborhood, but now it's Mexico, El Salvador. As people lose their homes, crack, drugs, you know, it's a ghetto. And then from here back, it's South Side or Chicano, you know, Florencia. So I had a job for a while later on, and I'm telling these youngsters, these black kids I'm working with, it's a job readiness program, you know, and they're like, man, you live in the worst fucking area in LA. I go, what do you mean? They go, everybody's fighting for that spot. I live right on the border of all these. He goes, they go, but you're white, man. They won't fuck with you. You're cool. All right. But I'd be out walking laps at 10 o'clock at night around the block, talking to my old lady on the phone. She lived in San Jose. I was comfortable. I liked it. I knew where I was at. I asked this one dude, what's it like living in the ghetto, you know? And he goes, it's just like prison. I go, what do you mean? He goes, if you want some, they'll give you more than you can handle. And if you don't, they won't fuck with you. And I was cool, you know? So I'm looking for a motorcycle, right? And I see this ad. You know, I'm on a little cell phone, you know, at this motorcycle. They want a really cheap price for a pretty new motorcycle. And I'm like trying to contact him. Then I get an email, and it says, you know, this was our son's motorcycle. He died. We have bad memories. We just want to get rid of it to get rid of bad memories. The motorcycle stored at eBay's storage facility in North Dakota. We can have you look at it, and if you know, you got 10-day grace period, we'll refund your money if you don't want it, blah 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 blah. But I can't pin them down like, hey, what's up, on the phone, or you know, I'm fresh out of prison. I don't know shit, you know. So I call my wife. I go, hey man, I can't figure this out. I want to get this bike, you know, and she goes, it's a scam.
Oh.
What do you mean? It's an ad right here. They want to sell this bike, you know. She goes, eBay doesn't have a storage facility, you know. So she calls the number and there's a beep. She goes, you hear that beep? I go, yeah. She goes, that's an international call on a Google line. And I go, all right. So she's like, hey, you know, blah, blah, blah. And finally, she toys with a guy and he's got a serious Nigerian accent, you know. And she goes, you know, eBay doesn't have a storage facility. They're located in the Bay Area, blah, blah, blah. The guy hung up. She goes, it's a scam. So that was my first experience with scams, you know. I did end up getting a motorcycle 29 days after I was out. I got a bike, and so now I'm mobile. I got my license.
How did that feel to be on a bike again?
You know, it was a little precarious at first, but it felt great. But you know, you're riding around the streets of Los Angeles, you know, and it's pretty dicey.
There's a lot going on.
I got a salvage title bike, so it didn't have a license plate. You have to get the bike inspected by the California Highway Patrol, and then they'll sign off, and you can go get your license plate. And I told the lady at the DMV, this black lady's there. I lean over, hi, how you doing? You know, I'm all happy to be out of prison. Cheerio, what's up? You know, and she looks at me like, wow, you know, because I'm like, hi, how you doing? You know, and I'm sure most of the people they meet or treat them like, you know, hey, you're fucking do your job, you state employee, you know, whatever. Everybody hates the DMV. And so I go, I just want a motorcycle license, you know. I took the motorcycle rider safety class. I took the written motorcycle test, and she's like, well, you know, you can't just get a motorcycle license. You have to take the test. You know, same written test you got to take to get a car. You have to. I go, well, I don't want to drive a car. I just want to ride a motorcycle. It's like, it doesn't work like that, honey. I'm like, all right, you know, and she's looking for my previous license, and I go, you know, I've been gone for quite a while, and she looks up at me and she goes, that's all right, you're home now. I go, all right.
Oh.
You know? So she gave me a temporary license and a temporary registration for my motorcycle. And then before I split, she goes, you know, my son just got 20 years in prison. So she knew I came from prison, and, you know, she was a little bit of, hi, how you doing goes a long way with people, you know. So anyway, I was riding the motorcycle. I'm cool. I'm just digging life. I went down this job readiness program. I'm taking this training, and I'm riding home, and I see an LAPD. I pass this LAPD, and there's another one coming this way at the stoplight. And so this guy sees that I don't have a license plate, and he probably radioed the other guy. So he pulls me over. It's a white dude, and you know, I heard all the nightmare stories about LAPD. So he's like, you know, you don't have a license plate. I'm like, it's a salvage title motorcycle. I show him my temporary license. He goes, it's not in the system. You know, the guy just motherfucking me the whole, and he goes, what, is this your address? I go, yeah. He goes, why you live here? I go, because that's where I live. And you know, I'm in the ghetto. And he goes, yeah. And he goes, you on parole or something? I go, yeah. I live in transitional housing over there. He goes, what were you in prison for? I go, murder. And he's like, you know, hand on his gun. You know, but the dude wrote me a ticket, a fix-it ticket for not having a license plate, $25 fix-it ticket. Well, my appointment for the CHP was the very next day. This cop didn't want to hear any of that shit, you know. So I go to CHP, and young Hispanic cop comes out, you know, just like night and day, man. This guy's like, hi, how you doing? I told him a story. He goes, dude, you're legal. You should fight that. I go, yeah, but it's going to cost me a day of work. So I'm going to lose a whole day's pay to save 25 bucks. You know, so I paid that ticket. Got my license plate and all that shit. And started working, sweeping sidewalks and pulling trash bags for Chrysalis, the job readiness program. Then I got another part-time job working for a pit stop monitor. And so I'm working in Skid Row in LA. I don't know if you've ever been there.
Yeah, I've been there.
It's a shit hole. But you know, so they started a pit stop monitor, you know, they have public bathrooms here, right? And evidently the gangs were using them for prostitution, selling drugs, charging people like $5 to use the bathroom. So they hired us. They started this in San Francisco, and they hired us to monitor the bathroom, one person at a time, female, what time they go in, what time they come out. Then we had a cart with supplies. We kept them clean. We also gave like hygiene kits to some of the homeless people. We had Narcan. So there we are. I worked that job for a while, a few months. And I remember this one black kid come up. He had a bicycle, and some of them, the door slides open and closes, and the door was locked. We couldn't get it open. I had to call the company. And this guy's like, man, he goes, I want to use the bathroom. I go, there's one down there. And he goes, yeah, but you guys aren't down there. I go, so what's up? He goes, if I go in there, they'll steal my bicycle. People were coming up to us after a while and being like, man, we're so glad you guys are here. Because they could use the bathroom. These are homeless people,
Oh,
like,
shit.
especially chicks, chicks would use the bathroom. Guys would run up on them, abuse them. They were just like, man, thank you guys. You guys are great, but I'm interacting with people that are the dregs of society, man. And I was having a good time. Actually, some of them are pretty cool, they kept me entertained in my 8-hour shift, and it was pretty cool. It's a sad situation though, because now I see why. And I had dudes roll up on me and they go, hey, Smiley. I'm like, what's up? I was in prison with you at Corcoran, or I was in prison with you over there. Several times this happened. So now I'm seeing why the culture in prison has changed so much. I'm seeing what drugs have done to society. And when I quit using drugs, I also decided I wasn't going to sell drugs. Crime for money is, commit a felony for profit, right? But now I'm just, I get reaffirmed in my decision not to fuck with drugs, sell it, use it, because it just totally destroyed segments of society, man. It just ruined them. Yeah, I'm seeing it firsthand, and now I realize why prison has become what it's become.
What about the YouTube channel then? What started that?
Well, yeah, I divorced my wife when I was in prison because I figured I was never getting out, and they took our family visits, and so we're not married. So we're communicating, and she's like, I can't transfer my parole because she's not a family member. So you can transfer your parole to a family member or for a job. So her dad has a machine shop up in Placerville, which is by Sacramento, Lake Tahoe area. And so he sent a job offer to me to be his apprentice. Got my parole transferred. She got a job up in Placerville. And so we're living on, her parents had a second house on their property. We lived there for a while. And, I started my shirt company, Jesse James gave me a shout out. Thank you, from West Coast Choppers. I messaged him and he reposted my message along with one of his own. Give me a shout out and telling people to check me out. And that was a trip because I sold like everything I had in like 2 weeks because of that. So that was a great bump. And then, so somebody that started following me says, hey man, you should check out Lockdown 23-1, Josh, Death I Bring, Like, well, what's that all about? And it's like, he interviews guys who've been in prison. So I'm like, all right, and I messaged him. I went on his channel, did an interview. Got pretty good response, and then I got people saying, hey, you should start your own channel. So I didn't know where it would go. It's been almost 3 years now. So I just decided, that board member had told me, you need to tell your story, and so I figured this would be a good place to do it. I got on there. I told my story from childhood all the way through getting off parole, and develop, hard intentions family, we call it.
How does it feel to have that community?
It's a trip, man. I told my story, and I also interviewed guys I was in prison with. They kind of, I did that for two reasons. I want their story to be heard, and it also kind of co-signs my story. They were in the joint with me, and they could tell people. We talk a little bit about each other and our interactions in prison, and but it blows my mind because I got my phone here. I just want to show you something. I got this guy. This is one person. Um, I get messages, bro, that just like this guy sends me this thing. I know you can't really see it, but it's a clip from it says First Infantry Division fighting in Fallujah, Iraq, 2004. And I did some artwork for this guy. He's a veteran. He was in heavy combat. He's got PTSD. He had a dog, big mastiff. It was like the dog died, and he's like, dude, I want to kill myself. And so I'm like talking with him, but he's like, he sends me this clip from Fallujah, and he's like, I was in the shit. I cry a lot. I cry a lot. Sorry, sir. I want to just never wake up. I mean, dude, yeah, I got a big heart for veterans. So I get guys like that, and I talk with them, and I get guys that've been to prison, guys they're trying to kick drug habits. We've had guys come on. I go live every Wednesday night, and I've had guys come on our channel like, I want to quit using. They got clean on our channel by our community, talking with them. They come on every night. They say, hey, Wednesday night's my weekly meetings. Guy's been clean for almost a year and a half. I met people I've gone on bike rides with. I had a guy call me that says, hey, I'm fighting a case. He got in an altercation. Somebody died. He's out on bail. He's getting ready to go to prison. He's like, dude, I'm scared to death. I'm not a tough guy. I'm just a, Joe Blow. And I talked with him for 2-3 hours, let him know what to expect, and hopefully calm some of his fears. It's a big responsibility, man. I'm just a regular dude, man, and people tell me, hey, your story helped me out, your channel helps me. I'm just blown away. It blows my mind.
That's what people relate to because you're a regular dude. It's authentic. You've been through so much darkness,
Yeah,
and other people who are struggling, they want, because they can see how well you're doing now psychologically, they want a piece of that. They want it to rub off on them.
yeah. Well, I mean, I had a lot of help. I mean, those programs I went through helped me a great deal. I have a great wife. She supports me and some of my crazy ideas. She's the one that helps me with the channel and my website. So I have support there. So I would just, don't be afraid to lean on people that are willing to help you, and people, especially people that got love for you. And it's amazing. I got a new motorcycle. We bought a house out here in Arizona, and life's good. It could always be better, but she always tells me, hey, she's like, hey, dummy, just sit in this for a minute and just sit in it and realize what's going on, and just enjoy this moment.
Think about where you were and
Yeah.
what you've become and where you are today. That's all you could do, isn't it? And that yardstick then, it just boosts you for life, I think.
Yeah. Yeah. And I got guys that are close to me out here that I know in prison, and I'm in touch with a lot of guys that were in prison with me. They've done well out here as well.
Good.
And I just every day is a blessing, man.
Definitely.
I made some decisions in prison that got me on the right track, and I fought. And when you start making decisions to go down a certain road, which is, we call it recovery or getting your life on track. Once you follow through one decision, then you make another one. It just keeps increasing, and going the other way is the same way. If you make a decision to go down that dark road, it gets darker and darker and darker every step of the way, and it happens quick. You know, it's the same way going towards the light. It gets better and better. It doesn't happen quite as fast, but it does get better.
Man, it's so inspirational. It's been an epic journey, Mitch. A huge thank you for spending this much time with us, and
You know,
I'm sure the viewers are as blown away as I am. And I'm gonna, all your links will be down there. Please go and subscribe.
yeah,
So,
I do want to say something like, you had Mike Thompson on here, and you know, he made a statement. Some people have asked me about, like he testified against some guy supposedly that killed some kids and their mom and shit, right? And he says, like, if you got a problem with me testifying against him, then that means you're all for guys killing kids, and that's kind of bullshit. My thing is, that it says you should not bear false witness, so um, he testified with a manufactured testimony. He was, if you check the timeline on some of the things that he says, he exaggerates his authority as shot caller. The guy was on the main line at Tracy for about 3 years. Then he went to Folsom. He was in the shoe as a gang member, supposedly, right, for about 4 years. He dropped out of that prison gang in 1983, early 84, late 83, maybe. That's only about 7 or 8 years of active time in prison. So yeah, he did 45 years in prison, but I have a friend that did 45 years in prison also, and it wasn't a gang member. But so that means he did almost 40 years, like 38 years as a PC in a protected housing. A lot of that was in a unit. I remember in Corcoran, my building officer said, there's only 25 guys that get to work in that unit. And he goes, and I'm not one of them. And he laughed. So he was in a special unit. Then he was in Mule Creek, PC'd up. So any information that guy has after 1983, it's hearsay. And the testimony that he used against the people that he testified against in that case he's talking about with the kids, it's hearsay. He was never around that guy. I don't have a problem with nobody likes people that kill kids. Nobody. And if that guy did that, um, and he knew about it as a shot caller, why didn't he have him whacked? That's a prime candidate for somebody to make their bones that wants to become a member of a prison gang. Somebody that kills a kid, that's bone making material right there. Why didn't he have that dude whacked when he was all for his criminal gang activity? He didn't know nothing about it until he dropped out. Staff coached him along. Trust me, law enforcement, especially district attorneys, attorney generals, guys that want to get convictions, they got no problem coaching witnesses. I read a article where he testified against some former members of his gang, and the warden of the prison he was in said that he likes to control people. He's a manipulator, and basically he's full of shit. And he reached out to every law enforcement agency imaginable, willing to testify against people. I mean, they read the mail that goes out of the prison. When you mail a letter in California prison, they read it before it goes out, so they know. He benefited off the backs of other people by manufacturing testimony against them. So that's my problem. I don't have a problem with well, I got a problem with guys that kill kids. I do. And for him to come on here and say, if you disagree with me, then obviously you're all for it. And also, like I said, the guys he mentioned that he says they're in motorcycle clubs and they had dual membership in the prison gang. That's bullshit. That you're either one or the other. And so people say, Mike seems like he's very intelligent. Well, he's book smart. He's read a lot of books. He learned a lot of big words, but he uses his intelligence to manipulate people and for his own benefit. And I don't know. I think if you're a smart guy, you should use what you know for the benefit of yourself and others, not just for your own bones, you know. Um, the bottom line was he was in a hat with somebody. Uh, he was going to probably get whacked, and so he quit and told. If he was all against somebody getting out of prison and killing somebody's dad, that's what he said. That's why he quit, because they were going to get it. They were going to send somebody to kill some guy's dad who dropped out. Why didn't he tell staff before the guy got out and killed the guy's dad? If he was all against it, why didn't he stop it from happening by telling the fucking authorities that it was going to happen? You know, I just got issue with it, man. Guy went from being a predator, preying on his own people, to being the complete end of the spectrum, you know, an informant who ratted on his friends. So that's my issue.
Yeah, he said a few things, didn't he, on one of the podcasts, and he knew you was going to do a reply, so I'm sure he'll watch this and have something to say. But he did offer to go on have a discussion with you. But I think you previously said that's something you didn't want to do.
No, I got no, I mean, I'm friends with people that knew that guy in different places, and we're all on the same page, guys. And if somebody listens to his shit and they benefit from it, whatever. I mean, people can believe what they want to believe, but people that were in prison during that time, they know what's going on, and I don't know.
All right, well let's end it on a positive note then. Of your art is available for people, is it, Mitch?
Yeah, I have some stuff available. We just moved, so we're kind of regrouping. But I sell prints, I sell T-shirts. This is one of my shirts. We got a website, hardenintentions.com, and I do paintings for people. Like I did a painting of that guy's dog for him. I have another guy who wants me to do a painting of his dog. A guy was involved with a dog program at Lancaster Prison. He was participating. California prisons now, they have dog programs. I don't know if you're familiar with them. But,
Wild man, my best friend from childhood who died last year, he said his best time in Arizona Department of Corrections was when he was in the dog program. He had a dog living with him.
Yeah.
He did a video about it.
Yeah, so this guy, I'm going to do a painting of his dog that died. He was instrumental in helping get the dog program going at Lancaster Prison. So, I do paintings for people. I tattoo a little bit, and I sell shirts. And
do you ship that stuff to England?
Sure. We got guys over there. We got a fire department over there in London that watches my channel. I send them guys shirts, and I send stuff. I've sent stuff to Russia, France, England, Ireland, South America, a couple places. Yeah, if they pay the postage, we'll ship it. I sent a guy a hoodie to Dubai, and he paid more for. I think he paid $70 shipping to go. Yeah.
And what other socials are you on other than YouTube?
What's that?
What other social media can people follow you on other than YouTube?
Instagram, Mitch Smiley 790 on Instagram. I think I have a TikTok thing. My wife posts videos once in a while, but mostly YouTube. Yeah, I'm available. I'm just a regular guy, man. I'm off parole. And when I got out of prison, I tried to leave all that bullshit back there, and it's behind me, and I'm moving forward in life. And yeah, I'm available if people want to chat or people want some artwork done or whatever. I'm here.
All right, fantastic. So all of Mitch's links will be in the description box below this video. Please follow through, and at the very least, subscribe to his channel. It's free. There's loads more content there, loads more stories. He interviews people, loads more details. It's endlessly fascinating. There's a lot to watch. And huge thank you to you, man, for just spending this much time with us and bringing this to the...
We go live every Wednesday. It's been a pleasure. You've got a massive following, man. You have a pretty interesting channel. Yeah, and not just prison. You have, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, we have everything from UFOs to dominatrixes.
Yeah, the UFO thing. I used to watch. I used to watch Ancient Aliens when I was in prison. It's pretty interesting.
I used to listen to Coast to Coast.
Oh yeah, me too. Art
I'm a-
Bell. I'm a big fan of
Art
Bell.
Bell. I was listening to my little Coast to Coast. I'm a little with my little headset on in Sheriff Joe's jail. Got me through many a night, Coast to Coast.
You ever listen to the ones with Father Malachi Martin?
Oh God, that does sound familiar.
It was he helped make the movie The Exorcist, and he was an exorcist in the Vatican for like 7 years.
Yeah.
Priesthood and went on this big, that's pretty interesting. If you get old issues of episodes of Art Bell with Father Malachi Martin, it's pretty interesting.
I'll have to look some of that up. All right, I'm gonna end the recording. One sec. So, if you enjoy true crime books, Gadfly Press is proud to announce the publication of Son of the Cali Cartel. You may have seen the Cali Cartel as represented on Narcos. A lot of that was BS. William lays it down in this book what actually happened. The Cali Cartel, they took over from Pablo Escobar. They were the biggest cartel in the world, dealing billions and billions per year, US dollars. And the four heads out of the two most important ones were Miguel, which was William's dad, and his brother, Gilberto. When Miguel went to prison and Gilberto went to prison, William was running the cartel. Could you imagine running a multi-billion-dollar cartel? And the DEA, war on drugs, they made them public enemy number one. William got shot up in an assassination attempt in a restaurant. The book starts out with that story. His mates got murdered and he just barely made it out alive. So if you want to check it out, it's available worldwide on Amazon as an ebook, audiobook, and paperback. And the link is in the description box below this video. Cheers. Enjoy the podcast.
But every now and then somebody would get killed, and I remember one dude, they gave him a shot of dope, and he slammed it, and when he slammed it, dude, ran a piece in his neck, and I heard his head flopped over backwards. Pretty brutal,
Was it over a drug debt then?
Kinda, he was, yeah, I guess he owed some money to somebody, And then there was this little Pisek guy down in the first tier, and this big dude my size, black dude, took his shit, He's like, hey, give me my shit back, The guy's like, fuck you. And so he went and got a piece, stabbed him, killed him, And that's, they had I was there about 4.5 years. They had, I don't know, 7 or 8 murders, So there wasn't a lot of violence there, but when there was violence, it was usually a killing, Yeah, I spent 38 years, 6 months, a couple weeks, and change.
You served almost 40 years, didn't you?
Yeah, I spent 38 years, 6 months, a couple weeks, and change.
Did you hear that? So Mitch spent almost 40 years in, I believe, the California state prison system.
Right.
He has his own channel, Hard Intentions. The link will be in the description box below this video if you want to go and check out what he's doing over there and subscribe. He's got loads of stories. He's been on The Damage Done, I think it was, with those young fellas, which was a good one, which I've been watching. Well, like I said, we are primarily interested in your story, Mitch. Almost 40 decades in the California state prison system.
Yeah.
And for the viewers here, Bruno was in the Arizona jail with me. He's been co-hosting with the American interviews, and his links are down there as well for his interviews. So, Mitch, if you could...
Bruno has a YouTube channel as well, or?
No, he's done some interviews on my channel.
All right.
Yeah.
So that was Arizona. That was a federal prison?
State.
Oh, state. All right.
Sheriff Joe Arpaio. Have you heard of him?
Yeah, I have. Mr. Pink Underwear. Yeah.
Mitch,
got a lot of experience with pink underwear.
Yeah.
Mitch, how did your journey into the incarceration system begin?
Well, you know, it doesn't always start with your crime, you know. I mean, it starts, you know, way before that. I mean, you know, I went to prison when I was 17 years old, so I didn't just wake up at 17 and go, "Hey, I'm gonna go commit some crimes, go to prison." I mean, you know, I grew up in a pretty shitty environment, and you know, basically, I had a stepdad who was an alcoholic, Korean War veteran, and a roofer, and you know, he was a pretty rough dude, kind of abusive, you know, alcoholic. So, uh, you know, I grew up in San Diego, California. Um, you know, when you have a shitty home life, you look for like family connections outside of the house, you know, and I grew up in a town called Lakeside in San Diego, California. It's kind of rough and tumble. They have an Indian reservation there, and they have a rodeo there still every year, and you know, so it was like cowboys and Indians and bikers, you know, and I gravitated towards biker style, you know, people, and you know, violence and crime, and you know, substance abuse was kind of normal. So that led me up to you know, I went to youth authority a couple times. I think I got to youth authority when I was 13. I did a couple years. I stayed out for about 4 months, and I went back for a year. You know, for violence. And then I stayed out of youth authority about a year, and I got my life sentence. So
could you tell me a little bit about the youth authority and how the time was in there? I heard that in the California system, the youth authority is probably harder than the county jails. Could you tell us a little bit about your journey in there?
yeah, well, you know, youth authority to me was it wasn't as deadly, but it was more violent in prison because you know, you fight. I mean, you know, all the time. 1974 was kind of the end of the whole, you know, Black Power movement from the 60s and all that. And so a lot of and it was the beginning of the, you know, the black gangs we're all familiar with now, the Crips and the Bloods and all that. They were just kind of starting to take off, and you know, you go to a unit. I remember being on a unit with like, you know, 4 or 5 white guys, and you know, 35, 40 blacks, about 30 blacks, 15, 20, you know, Mexicans, and so it was like, you know, we it was rough. We, you know, a lot of fighting, a lot of getting rat packed and all that kind of shit. So, you know, that, and so the violence that you grow up around on the street, you know, fighting, tough guy shit, whatever, you know, just carried on into youth authority, you know, and it was just like everyone's young and trying to prove their whatever, you know, trying to make their self known for being you know, tough or whatever. I mean, and then the guys that are, you know, I hadn't had any experience with gangs really, you know. I mean, I grew up around motorcycle clubs and all that stuff. I never really considered that gang stuff, you know. So that was my first exposure to gangs, uh, you know, Hispanic gangs, black gangs. You know, I was like, wow, it's kind of it was a new experience, and it was, you know, at first it's kind of, you know, be lying to yourself if you say it's not frightening, you know, because you're a young kid and you're around guys that are in there. I had never really been around guys that I knew that were killing people, so I'm around guys that are my age, a little older, and they're in there for murder and robberies and all kinds of shit that I'd never, you know, been exposed to really. And I was a big kid, you know, I was tall, so I was on the unit with older guys. So here I am, you know, 13 years old, and I'm on a unit with guys that are 17, 18, 19 years old, 20 years old, you know. So yeah, that was
What was it like inside though? The layout? Was it dorms? Was it cells?
yeah, it was dorm living. I was in Mellis, Fred C. Mellis. It's in Whittier, California. And I had a back then they give indeterminate sentences pretty much in youth authority in prison. And so I had a 6 months to 9 month sentence. It was called a board referral. And about 6 months in, some dudes had broke into a little canteen on the unit and then blamed it on me. And they're like, yeah, we're going to give you 6 more months. And, you know, when you're young like that, that's a long time, you know? So a friend of mine and I decided we were going to escape. And so I got a rope. It's a dorm with, you know, a big dorm, bathroom, day room, you know. And so I had a chessboard that they made in the wood shop. It was about, I don't know, inch and a half thick. And so we decided we're going to knock this night man out and take his keys, you know, big, you know, escape plan. And so the guy's walking, he walked down the center of the dorm and then back, you know. And so as he's walking back, I was getting out of bed to, you know, to beat on him. And he goes, "What are you doing?" He was Iranian, you know, and he had an accent. He goes, "What are you doing, Smiley?" You know, and I go, "I'm just putting his chessboard away." Because you got a bed and a locker and a bed and a locker, you know. And so and as soon as he turned around, you know, I beat him with a chessboard. I hit him about 3 good times. The chessboard broke. And I went to the locker to grab the rope, and I turned around and he was in the office. You know, I didn't knock him out. So, but I remember looking in the office and he had blood coming down, and he said, get Smiley, you know. And so I hopped in bed, you know, and pretended like I'm sleeping. Of course, here come all the other staff. And so I got, I think they gave me like 4 extra years for that. And later on, I got busted with some contraband. And when you get a write up, you know, disciplinary, they give you more time. So the disciplinary officer goes, you know, you've already picked up like 4 years. You came in here with a 6 to 9 month sentence, and I don't want to give you any more time. So they had to send me in front of the board, the parole board, you know, because they were breaking it's called the table of sanctions, whatever. I don't know. They're breaking the standard, you know, on time. So I went in there, and I thought it was kind of weird because they were asking me a bunch of questions about the streets and this and that. And, you know, and I stepped out and they came back in and they go, you know, you came in here, you've been here a couple of years. And they decided they were going to let me out. They go, we don't want you to become institutionalized. We're going to release you. And I was like, wow. And they also decided to transfer me to another institution. So because they were correct, you know, staff were pretty upset that they were going to let me out after I had assaulted the staff member. And so I went up north to OH Clothes, which is in Stockton, and it's Northern California. And, you know, it didn't work out. You know, it was a pretty mellow place, but I had spent a couple of years in a pretty violent place. And so now, you know, violence is the norm, you know. And so I got in a couple fights there. I remember, you know, one guy they were saying was an informant, and you know, I caught him in the day room and smacked him in the head with, you know, they had a pool table, so I beat him in the head with a pool ball, you know. And turned out the guy saying he was told on me. So they took my release date for 6 months and sent me to a place called Paso Robles, which was in Central California. And so now I'm like 15, something like that. And so I get there, and you know, now I'm just I'm mad because I lost my release date, you know. And I had a homeboy there, Ricky Graves from San Diego, and some guys are kind of campaigning against him. And you know, he had beat some guy up and it was their friend. Ricky was kind of wild, you know. He'd gone through the same places I'd gone through, and so I remember going through the chow line, and one of the dudes I heard that was going to jump on my homeboy, I told him, man, if you fuck with my homeboy, I'm going to stab you. And so now I've gone from, you know, I'm going to fight, learning how to fight, getting rat packed by, black gangs and whatever. And, so now I'm like, I'll stab you. I mean, that's it, looking back, it's a progression, it becomes, once the violence becomes normal, it just progresses, So they came and got me a few days later and took me to the hole. They had a program side and an ad seg side kind of. And I finished my last 6 months there in the hole. And the day before I was released, the Protestant chaplain came down and he goes, I'm the one that had you put in here. And he goes, some of the guys came to him and told him, that I had threatened them. And he looked at my file and seen I had done all this time. And he goes, I didn't want you to get any more time. I wanted you to go home. And I knew if I had you put in here, you would go. But I mean, I got in a few fights in there too, but so I ended up getting released like 1976. Yeah.
So how did that work out for you? I know, moving forward in the 80s and the 90s, being from Southern California, moving you to Central California, Northern California, did the gangs, bother you very much? Was it, did they have that hierarchy, that set where this gang ran this? Could you tell us a little bit about that?
And there were really no white gangs. You had guys walking around saying they were Nazis and tattooing white power on them and all that kind of shit. But I mean, it was no real organized gangs. The only gangs like in Nellis were black gangs. I remember we used to. There was a gang like mostly Crips, and so the Pyrus back then, the Bloods, they had their own unit. The whole place, every unit was full of Crips except this one unit. And but we had this one dude on my unit who was a Pyru. And I remember one day we were sitting there, like 3 white dudes. Here come like 6 or 8, these Crips, and they're with the stupid questions, and I'm just thinking, fuck, here we go. And this Pyru guy, who I ran into in prison later on, he walked up, he looks at us, he looks at them, and he goes, say, man, leave these white boys alone. They ain't done nothing to you. And they kind of looked at him stupid, and he goes, you heard what I said. And they just walked away. So I was kind of blown away by that, But there were white dudes in Nellis that I ran into in prison, from Oildale, different parts of the state. They're pretty tough, I mean, it bred a certain thing in you, but when I went to OH Close, I couldn't believe how mellow it was. It was totally different. There were no Crips, no Bloods. One of the Crips had gone there also that I was in Nellis with. There was no real gang activity. It was a pretty mellow place, But Paso Robles, I didn't really experience the same thing. Mostly black gangs, like neighborhoods, But yeah, it was definitely an eye-opening experience as a young kid. I mean, to get thrown in that, growing up, not being around that, it was kind of an eye-opener. And plus, like, drugs for me was just like weed, LSD, drinking. So now I'm running into guys as I got older, they're into like heroin, and I'm like, oh, whatever. But yeah, so I got out of there, and I was I was pretty full of anger, really. And by then, my mom and dad had separated, my stepdad and my mom. And I had met this guy I thought was my dad, supposed to be my dad. That didn't work out. He lived in Montana. But yeah, so here I am after doing a couple of 2.5 years in youth authority, and I'm just like, I felt like I had been fucked over, by the state and also by, family, having an asshole stepdad. And my whole thing was, I got kicked out of, I went to school for a while. I went to continuation school and I got kicked out of there. I think I body slammed the principal. They were kind of checking me. They thought I was loaded. And I body slammed them. They kicked me out, So I'm hanging out selling weed, drinking, and got a motorcycle. And, it was all downhill from there. I remember a friend of mine and I were in this place. It was, because I was underage, so I had like a pool hall kind of thing. And we got in a fight with these two guys that were a little older, like 19, 20. They're college guys. And fucked them up pretty bad. Over 25 fucking cents, yeah, you play a game of foosball, and my partner goes, "Hey, let's go." You match a quarter. We put in a quarter, play a game. You put in a quarter, play a game. Whatever. And it was 4th of July. I was been drinking and smoking weed all day, and my friend goes, "Hey, they didn't match our quarter. Let's go fuck them up." I'm like, that's an excuse to fuck someone up, So that got me arrested. About a week later, I got arrested, and they sent me back to youth authority for a year. And but while I was out, I had been several fights. In that same pool hall, I had a friend that was a little older, a little skinny guy, homeboy of mine. He had borrowed $50 from some guys, paid him back. They were biker dudes. From a different area than I was associated with. And so they were like sweating him for some extra money. And guy's a grown man, he's probably late 20s. And so he came back that night like to collect his cash from my homeboy, and I beat him down pretty bad. I had him on the concrete, smashing his head in the ground. And someone pulled me off and said that's enough. And I remember him, saying, "Yeah, when I get my head right, I'm going to come back with my brothers." And I told him, "Well, go tell your brothers you got your ass kicked by a 15-year-old kid." I mean, you feel like you get a little prestige because you're tough and you can fight and all that bullshit, So anyway, I went back to youth. I went to Preston, and they call that the White House because it's in Northern California. It's in Ione, California. It's outside of Sacramento. And I actually had family that lived in the town that this place was. But so I went there. Preston was a different ball game. I remember guys had the White Power newspaper, and all the white guys were like, and I went there, I was 16, and I was on a unit, supposedly, I guess, was like, the hard unit, and there were guys from Northern California, guys from Southern California. I'm a big kid, and yeah, I'm young, but I've been through a lot of shit already. So some of the guys are saying, no, he should go up on the hill, which is dorm living, easier environment. And the other guys are like, well, they didn't want me to leave. So they have a thing, like you go chest, like it's like fighting, but just hit each other in the chest. And they go, hey, you know how to go chest? They're fucking with me, like getting me, like asking me stupid questions and like grilling you, And so I'm getting a little upset. And so they had me go chest with this guy they called Elvis because he played a guitar and shit. And he was kind of yoked up. And I remember I put welts all over his chest, and I accidentally hit him in the mouth a couple times. And I remember this guy, Louis from San Fernando Valley, come up, put his arm around me and goes, so you guys still want him to leave? And so that settled that, but, I'm around guys that are older. They're getting letters from San Quentin, from guys that have paroled from Preston, got out, got a beef, and had gone to. So these guys just paroled a few months prior to me getting there. Now they're in San Quentin. They're getting letters, you know, and it's like, you know, it's all glamorous, you know, oh, homeboys in San Quentin, you know, and we were getting, this is 77, 78. So we were getting letters also from DVI, which is Tracy, California. And so Tracy had the northern Hispanic gangs there, and black gangs, you know, and they were killing white dudes pretty regular. And so one of my friend's brothers was there. A guy I knew in youth authority was there. We're getting letters like it was a fucking nightmare, you know. And so you start developing I don't want to say a hatred, but you know, you start developing this thing like us and them, you know, like we're us and that's them. And also we had northern Mexicans and southern Mexicans in the same place. I'd never experienced that before. And I remember, you know, I was a fuck up. I was always in trouble. But one of the last things I did, it got me sent. They also had a hole there, Tamarack. They had a lockup side and a program side, and this guy knew had a cherry bomb, and he slid it over to me. Hey, check this out, and I go, cool. So I was in my cell, and they come down and pick up the mail. You slide your mail out under your door, and the cop, you know, the counselor or whatever, bends over, picks it up. So I lit that cherry bomb and slid out in the hallway. It was pretty loud. I did it right when he was picking up the mail, and yeah, they freaked the fuck out, you know. And instead I tried to blow him up and all kinds of shit. So they sent me over to Tamarack, which is that's the hole. And then so for a white dudes to go to Tamarack, you kind of had to be invited over there. Couldn't just go over there and and so I was in the hole for about a month, and then they go, hey, once you come over to the program side, I'm like, all right. So we went over there, and I only had a few months left. You know, it was all about handball weights. We ate good. It was cool. They had, and they were programming the whites were out all day. There was only a couple blacks. They were out all day, and they would program the Southerners in the morning, Northerners in the afternoon. You know, and then they decided that they were going to program the Northerners and the Southerners together. And one of the Southerners I was pretty cool with because he was tattooing, you know, and I was getting into tattooing and drawing, and he was from Compton, 155th, and he was a cool ass dude, but that's when I really seen like knives and so you know we kind of sided up with the Southerners, and because there was only a couple of them, we were holding their pieces for them, made sure they had knives, and so they let the Northerners out. And I remember my friend that was a tattoo guy. I remember him sliding up on one of them dudes, and he says, "This isn't going to work. You know, this isn't happening." And about 2 days later, well, prior to this, so right after they let him out and all that, we went over to chapel on Sunday, and on the way back, we jumped on some guy and beat him down. I didn't know it was going to be 3-on-1, but so they locked me up. And I had like a month left. And so they locked me up for my last 30 days. So right after I got locked up, the Northerners and Southerners went at it. And they looked like a little 38. And but it's got 4 bullets in it and with a plug in the end. So when the tear gas pellet comes out, so you know, Preston was like the end of the road for youth authority. It was like once you hit a certain age, it was all older guys, you know, and it was pretty much guys that had been through youth authority or came in as, you know, at an elderly for youth authority. And then so the next step was Tracy, which was DVI. And at the time, you know, like I said, we're getting letters from guys in Tracy, and you know, the white guys were pretty thin there, and they were you know, victimized pretty much by the Northern Hispanic prison gang and the black prison gangs. You know, they were killing white dudes on a pretty regular basis and preying on them. So it was they threatened to send me there. Like, yeah, we're going to send you to Tracy. Well, I was a juvenile commitment. You have to be an adult commitment to go to Tracy. So they would have had to take me back to court. I think it was called under 1800, some penal code, and then they could have sent me there. But I only had a few months left, so I just kind of laughed at them, you know. And I took everything kind of lightly, really, and I probably shouldn't have, you know. But you know, because I knew they couldn't send me to Tracy, but I had friends there, and it was, you know, it was pretty crazy. You know, DVI was created. The Dual family donated that land to the state to build a prison for young adults to learn vocational training. And there was supposed to be no guns inside the prison, you know, in the housing units, and they had to maintain a certain amount of trades and all that stuff. And so it was predominantly young guys there, you know. Anyway, I paroled from there. I stayed out about almost a year. Then I got a case that got me a life sentence. But so I paroled with all this new, you know, information and anger and, you know, just hostility, and you know, you're living around violence now. And you know, I actually saw my first stabbing in jail in Preston. I remember one day I was going to chow, and this guy went up behind these Northerners. He was a Southerner. And he stabbed one of them, stabbed the other guy. He stabbed two guys, and he chased another guy around the building with the knife and stabbed him around the back of the building. And then, yeah, Leo, it was quite a sight, you know.
When you see something like that, what's going through your head?
Well, I was just like, wow, you know, this is serious shit, you know. But you know, I was 16, and these guys are like early 20s, you know. And I'd been around violence, so you know, you normalize it. You're already normalized violence, and so now you have to act like it doesn't bother you, and then you develop a thing where it really doesn't bother you. You know, it's kind of a progression.
Does it make you want to get a shank?
We had knives. White guys had knives, you know, but you know, then we had a riot in the chow hall. This is before I went over to Tamarack.
What was the riot over?
They had a Muhammad Ali fight, and they were yelling out the windows, you know, because everybody had radios and stuff, and some white dude had words with some of the blacks, and that was on the other side of the unit, so I didn't really know about it. So when we came out to go to chow, you know, it just kicked off with the blacks, so we're just yelling out the windows, talking shit, you know, and guys being young and wanting to prove how big their nuts are, you know, I guess. But so I seen this stuff, and when I paroled, yeah, I took that with me to the street, you know, and I didn't really have any direction, you know, because I was a fuck up. You know, they had trades at Preston. It's Preston School of Industry, PSI they call it. But they had all kinds of vocational training there, but I couldn't go there because I was a fuck up. They have these bullshit, I don't know what you would call them, like behavior modification programs. They were experimenting with all that stuff on guys in youth authority. And so they have point systems and, you know, good, bad. And if you're good, you get to go to the vocational area. And so I couldn't go, you know, so I didn't learn anything other than, you know, bullshit violence and, you know, learn a little bit more about drugs and drug sales. And you learn about crime, you know, because you're not doing anything else with yourself. you know, if they would have let me go up to the vocational area, I might have picked up some knowledge on, you know, vocational stuff. I might have got a job when I got up. I had no direction really. You know, I got a motorcycle and started hanging around guys that ride bikes, you know, and got introduced to crank. And, you know, prior to that was just weed and, you know, pills, drinking. So now I get introduced to crank and I'm like, you know, wow, it's without really understanding how strong it was, how powerful it was. Um, I remember I had a homegirl before I went to prison. She was pretty good looking and she had tons of turquoise jewelry. I mean, tons of it. And when I got out, I'm like, what happened to all your turquoise? And she had hawked it all for crank, you know, it was all gone. And I didn't really make the connection, you know.
For the viewers in England, Mitch, could you just explain what crank is?
That's, you know, methamphetamine. So now they just call it meth, and it's not really the same. You know, back then it was made right here in California. So now it's made across the border in Mexico. It's pretty nasty.
So it was
And
it was a different recipe back then. Was it like the biker recipe?
yeah, biker shit. You know, bikers kind of controlled the crank scene. You know, and it was kind of like there was money in it for the guys up top. You know, and there was money in it all the way down the food chain. But it was kind of like a party. You know, it was a party drug. And I was talking to somebody about that this past weekend. You know, it was a party. You can stay up for a few days or a few weeks, and then, you know, take some pills, go to sleep, you know, or drink some whiskey, go to sleep, and get up, and you're okay, you know. But
When I was introduced to crystal meth in Phoenix, I was in my 20s and I just felt superhuman. I had all this energy. I didn't need to sleep. I didn't need to eat. That's how it started out, at least. Did you feel similar?
yeah, I just felt like, man, you know, you just feel like you're on top of the world, and you get all these thoughts going through your head on how you can do things, make money, and everybody's kind of chatty, and yeah, it was cool. But I mean, we had, you know, we'd come up with schemes, and, you know, I started, you know, buying guns and jewelry and you know, to finance I made some money, but mostly it was just to just support my daily life and to keep the crank flowing.
What were the gun laws like in California back then?
You know, you couldn't have guns. If you're an ex-felon, you couldn't have guns. I couldn't have a gun. But, you know, one of my connections would take guns down to Mexico and sell them. You know, Mexico didn't have the weapons they have now, like the cartels and all that stuff. So, I mean, they would take single shot 22 rifles down there and sell them. Any gun you could get, they would take it. So
It was easy getting them into Mexico. Is it coming out that they search you?
I don't know. Evidently, she had a route, you know, to get down there. So, so I would just buy up guns from guys that wanted to get loaded on that crank, and you know, take them to the connection, and, you know, that's how that went. So now you know, I'm around. And, you know, when you stay up for an extended length of time, it starts to change your personality, and you start accepting things like, you know, I got involved in some violence here and there, carrying a knife, having a gun available, and without really realizing, you know, that, hey, you know, these weapons are for hurting people and possibly killing people. And, you know, it's just something you do. You carry a knife and you get in a problem, you use it. Or if you've got a gun, someone fucks you around real bad, or you feel like your life's in danger, you know, you got a gun, you'll use it. And when you're up for extended period of time without sleep, it makes it, you know, you're vulnerable to split, you know, spree the moment reaction, you know. And none of that stuff ever crossed my mind when I was out there living like that, you know. I mean, I turned 17 years old, I was still a kid. And, you know, I was hanging around guys that were bikers and guys that I admired growing up in my neighborhood, you know. Now I'm starting to get older. And, you know, I remember one of the things was, you know, some of them guys see me using the crank and all that shit. And they're like, you know, whatever you do, don't fucking shoot dope. You know, you turn yourself into a fucking dope fiend. we catch you shooting dope, we'll break your fucking arm, you know, shit like that, you know. That was a no-no, you know. You know, guys that shoot dope, back then the philosophy was, you know, if you shoot dope, you're weak, and you will tell and whatever. And I think that comes from guys in the past that were shooting dope and they did turn informant, you know. So that's kind of where that philosophy came from, you know. But you know, I was headed for a wreck, you know, and a lot of my homeboys. I had a crew of guys that I grew up with, where I was like the youngest guy in the crew. The oldest guy might have been 24, 25. They all had motorcycles. I had a motorcycle. They were into customizing bikes and, you know, making choppers. Choppers were, everybody had choppers back then, you know. You know, the extended forks and custom paint jobs and all that shit. So that crew of guys would always tell me, man, bro, you got to slow down. You know, you're headed for a wreck. We're worried you're going to get killed. You're going to go to prison. And I was just like, hey, I'm cool. I got this, you know. I was like, hey, F this, you know, I'm cool. I got it. So I started not, you know, I started separating myself from them guys a little bit. And those are guys I grew up with. And I actually see one of them now. He lives close by. Yeah, and it's just like, you know, I started hanging out more with a criminal element, you know, because of the drugs, really. The crank, you know. I mean, I smoked weed and I still take some pills once in a while, but it was mostly the crank, you know, trying to figure out how to get more of it, how to sell more of it, you know. Yeah, so.
Did you get paranoid off it? Because I started to get paranoid off it over time and seeing imaginary things if I've been awake for too long.
Yeah, I did, but I lived with my friend and his mom, and she was an old biker chick, you know. And I remember I got on the roof one time and she's like, what the fuck you doing up there? I had been watching these cars drive by our house. We live kind of in a semi-rural area, you know. And she's like, and so I got on the roof and I watched this car and she's like, what the fuck you doing on the roof? Smiley, get down from there, you know. And I said, man, these are cops watching us. And she's like, you're crazy. So what happened was the car would drive around the block a couple times and then park. And it was a building like a muffler shop, right? Auto body or auto mechanic muffler shop. And then the guy would get out of the car and get in another car and then drive around the block. And that car would leave and they'd park. I've seen it, you know, and I started looking real closely at it from the roof, and it was just a facade. It was a fake building. It had like half sides and a front. I was like, wow, you know, and so I told her, come on, let's go check this out, Carol. And I drove her by there and showed her. She was like, wow, you know, because my connection with the guns lived in the same neighborhood. So, yeah, so I did get a little paranoid, but I got, you know, I got to realizing, hey, you know, they're watching us, you know. But and you know, like I got a life sentence for my crime, which so like violence was like no big deal, you know. You could do that out in the open, who gives a shit, right? Beat someone down. And eventually in this bar fight, you know, one of my co-defendants stabbed a guy and he died and I got a life sentence. But when it came to the drug deal, I was like super paranoid, super, you know, guys would teach me shit like, you know, don't take money from people in front of other people. And just, I was really paranoid about selling dope. I didn't want to get caught selling dope. And I remember when I was in the county jail, I met this Mexican cat, you know, from Logan Heights. And he's like, yeah, he got caught with 3 ounces of heroin, with 3 pieces of heroin, you know. I go, so how much time you getting? He's out 5 years. I thought, man, that ain't shit. I'm in here facing a life sentence, you know, and this guy's only going to do 5 years. And back then you did 2/3 of your time with good time. I thought I could have been selling that dope just wide open and making a gang of money. And the worst thing that would have happened to me was I would have got 4 or 5 years.
What started the bar fight, Mitch?
You know, a guy came in, he was in a motorcycle club, and they really didn't get along with some of the guys I knew and started talking shit. Words exchanged. and he, you know, he hit my co-defendant in the face with a beer pitcher, knocked him down. They were both 24 years old. I was 17, so, you know, I jumped up, started punching the guy a few times, and the guy that got hit got up. They staggered out on the sidewalk, and I went out there, and the guy was on top of my co-defendant, you know, socking him up. So I started kicking the guy, you know, and then I started kind of stomping on him, and then the next thing I know, you know, he got stabbed. So
Wasn't there a self-defense element to that?
um, for me, I just wanted to kind of beat him down and get him up off my co-defendant, but you know, somebody else stabbed him during the course of that. So you know, we got busted. And they offered the guy who was getting beaten up, actually, and then me, they offered me us a manslaughter, and they offered the other guy second-degree murder. It was a deal, but and so I would have got 6 years if I would have got a manslaughter. But it was a package deal. My lord, this is a package deal. All you guys have to take the deal, or there's no deal. And if one guy wants to take the deal and the other guys don't, then you have to get on the witness stand and say what your part in the crime was. Which my lawyer goes, you know, once you get on the witness stand, they can ask you whatever you want. And I was like, you know, there's no deal. You know, so we went to trial.
How many co-defendants were there?
Two. And we all got second-degree murder.
Oh shit.
So it's like I was guilty of aiding and abetting by vicarious liability. So I'm liable for the actions of the others because I was involved with the fight part of it, you know. But really, you know, like people don't understand. You know, once you get accused of a crime like that, and you're going, you know, if you don't take their deal and you go to trial, they pull out all the stops.
Hope you're enjoying this podcast. There's a word from our sponsor, Rocket Money. The other day, I had to cancel 3 Amazon Prime memberships. I had a personal on the UK Amazon, US Amazon, company account, US Amazon, UK Amazon. Do you understand how hard it is to cancel these bloody things? That's why Rocket Money makes these things so much easier, formerly known as Truebill. The app shows all your subscriptions in one place and cancels what you don't want for you. Rocket Money can even find subscriptions you didn't know you were paying for. Just like with me, with my 4 Amazon Prime memberships, you may find out you've been at least double charged for a subscription. To cancel a subscription, all you've got to do is press cancel and Rocket Money takes care of the rest. Get rid of useless subscriptions with Rocket Money now. Go to rocketmoney.com/Sean, SHAUN. Seriously, it could save you hundreds per year. That's rocketmoney.com/Sean, SHAUN. Thank you for supporting our sponsor, Rocket Money. Links in the description box. Cheers.
And if you get found guilty, you're going to get broke off as much as they can give you. But during the preliminary trial, all the witnesses, you know, there was really nothing tying me to the murder part of it. And they questioned this one guy that I was living with, Eric, and he said, and they said, when did he come home and tell they stabbed this guy in a bike club? And he said they didn't say anything about a motorcycle club. They didn't say anything about a stabbing. All they said was that they came home and they got in a fight in a bar. So during the trial, the judge says, you know, it's obvious this guy was involved with the stabbing aspect of the case, but these other 2 guys, all you prove is they got in a fight in a bar and they ran away before the cops got there. They got 2 days to prove they knew about the stabbing or they were involved with the stabbing. And so the only witness left was this guy, Eric. And so he comes on, my lawyer's like, you're good. You're going to beat this. And he gets on the witness stand and says that we came home and told them we stabbed a guy in a bike club. Right. So it just goes to show you, like, when you're accused of a crime, especially back then, they'll pull out all the stops to get you put in prison. They don't really care if you're innocent or guilty. And, you know, proof of that is the Innocence Project here in the United States. They're getting guys out of prison all the time that are being proven innocent. And a friend of mine actually did 36 years and was proven innocent. So the circumstances of the case they don't really care about. They'll fabricate information and do whatever it takes to get you behind bars. So they get a notch on their belt, you know, for every conviction they get. So that's something for guys to think about, you know. If they get in the mix, you know, you're not only competing with other guys that are in the mix, you have to worry about law enforcement, and they're in the mix too. Law enforcement is in the mix, and they play by the same rules, but they have a little bit more juice than we do, right? So, you know, they got the guns and the jails and the finances. So, you know,
And they get people to say anything to drop the charges against other people. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. So I got convicted, and I went to youth authority for a 90-day observation, which, you know, my lawyer's like, you know, you'll get a little reprieve before you go to prison, because I'm sure they're not going to accept you. So I went to youth authority for about 30 days actually, and they're like, yeah, we're not taking you.
Well, when that sentence came in, what was that day like for you?
I knew what it was coming, and but so I went and got sentenced, and then I saw my attorney after that, and I got 15 to life. So
That gave you hope. That gave you hope.
Well, your term is 15 years. And so you do 2/3 of that, then you're eligible for parole, and you go in front of the parole board. Because I had an indeterminate sentence, they have that life at the end of it. Whereas other guys, they get determinate sentences, they get a set term, you know. So anyway, I told my lawyer, so I'm going to do 10 years. I was in the attorney room, I had a pack of cigarettes in my hand. I'm saying, you know, I'm kind of like, you know, playing the role, you know, like, you know, whatever. And he goes, no, you're not going to do 10 years. He goes, you're going to be eligible for parole in 10 years. And then you're going to go in front of a parole board, and they don't have to let you out. And I just thought about that for a minute. I remember I dropped that pack of cigarettes on the floor, and I put my head down. I was like, man. Because, you know, I knew I was a screw up. You know, I was not your model prisoner. I was not going to be a model inmate, you know, and I just knew, you know, all right, it's going to be a long road, you know. So yeah. And so guys in the jail were saying, you know, when you go to prison, you can fuck up all you want. And then when you get about 5 years to board, then you start cleaning up your act, shows progress, this and that, you know. And I'm like, yeah, all right, whatever. Of course, the program changed, you know, during the course of my prison term. You know, it was, you know, you go to prison. I remember when I took you know, the bus to Chino, which is a reception center. And, you know, I talk about this on my channel. You know, I got there, and I was 18 years old, you know, and they bring you in this dock. It's up off the ground. It's a dock. It's a loading dock, and it's got bars, and you go into R&R, receiving and release, you know. And they put a trash can. Everyone's in a circle around this trash can. The cop tells you, take everything you got and put in that trash can. You're not supposed to take anything with you to prison from county jail. And I thought, man, you know, everything you got left from the county jail that came from the streets with you is going in that trash can. And so that's like the final, you know, shutting that door on the world. And now you're here, and this is where you're going to be. I remember that feeling.
What year was that?
January 1980, I think it was. Yeah. Yeah. It was pretty, you know, it was quite a deal, you know. And then, of course, you know, you got to put on your happy face, you know, your facade, you know. And, you know, people talk about, you know, their, you know, stone cold, whatever kind of personality. But I don't think anybody could go in that situation and not feel, you know, kind of, I don't know what the word would be. You got a little bit of fear, and you got a little bit of hopelessness and all that kind of stuff in a big bundle, you know, but you can't. Who do you talk to? Who do you say that to? Hey, bro, you feel kind of hopeless? You know, I mean, nobody's going to want to engage in that kind of conversation. They're all, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They all got their tough guy face on, you know. And so, yeah, I went to my housing unit, and I had a single cell. I was in a, you know, they put younger dudes, I guess, and they take me down to, you know, they do an assessment on your education, your psychological stuff, all that stuff there. And they have inmates doing these, you know, the testing and whatnot. They're like, "You're going to be in here for 3 days." And I'm like, dude, I just spent a year in a county jail. I don't want to be in here for 3 days. I want to go to the yard, play handball, and lift weights. You know, so I told me, screw this, I'm cool. So this sergeant put me in another unit that had just been coming off lockdown for a racial stabbing. They're still on lockdown, slowly letting them out. And, you know, I didn't last a couple weeks. I got in an altercation with somebody, went to the hole.
What was it over?
Just fat mouthing on a tier. You know, fuck this, fuck that, fuck the white boy, hey, white boy this, white boy that, you know, just standard shit that, you know, you're not supposed to put up with, in my mind, from youth authority. You know, in youth authority, the whites are like, hey, the whites are for the whites. You know, that's how it was. And you kind of think that's what it's going to be like in prison. And then, you know, later on you find out it's really not. So I got a stabbing there with the hole. Later on, I got transferred up to San Quentin, and I did a few years in the shoe, which, you know, you see guys getting stabbed on a pretty regular basis, guys getting shot, you know, mostly with a shotgun. They use 7.5 grain birdshot. You know, that's why guys don't fight, really. Guys talk about no fighting policies and all that. Like, there were guys would fight, but mostly guys don't want to get shot, so they would stab you. You know, if you stab a guy 2 or 3 times, that's the equivalent of a fist fight, because you can slide up on somebody and poke a few holes in them and keep moving without getting shot or caught. So that's kind of where the stabbing shit came from. And then there were guys that would stab people to try to kill them. You know, you start seeing all this shit. And I remember one guy tried to escape. They put this dude on our yard, and I guess I found out later he was a nut, you know. And the psych says, well, if he goes to the exercise yard, it'll be good for him to get some fresh air, you know. And so me and these guys are working out in the corner, and then they have lunch. They bring out, they give you a cup of soup through the fence, you know, and then a sandwich, and we eat lunch. And the whole yard, though, this guy was staring at us over in the corner, walking back and forth. I thought, what the fuck's up with that dude, you know? And so I went over to the fence. When everybody eats, sometimes they'll give you extra soup or whatever, you know. And the gun rail is right on top of us. And they just started shooting, you know. And I look, and it was that dude. And he was climbing the fence, and they shot him off the fence. And he got back on the fence again, and they shot him with that Mini 14 and dropped him. It went in his shoulder, and it came out his other side by his hip, bullet, you know. Because a Mini 14 bullet tumbles when it goes in you, you know. It's designed, I guess, to tear your guts up, you know. Like if it goes in and hits a bone, it'll change direction and bounce around inside your body. But the dude lived. Yeah, you know, you see shit like that, stabbings, guys get killed, guys get shot. You know, they have a gun rail, which is 15, 20 feet from the tier. They would shoot you right on the tier, you know, with a shotgun. That's pretty close range. Seemed like guys were getting shot pretty much every day there, stabbed pretty much every day. It was a pretty violent prison. I think that was the most extreme violence I lived around my entire term was there.
San Quentin.
Yeah, yeah. It's an old prison, you know. The last building was, I think they finished building North Block in 1934. It opened in 1852, I think. But I mean, it was a prison ship, and then they started building. And
We've had a guy called John Abbott on. He's really popular on my channel, and he's told us all kinds of stories from San Quentin. It's
I've seen him. Yeah.
whole different level of violence, raw survival.
Yeah.
Compared to like the modern industrial cameraed up prisons, it's just
Yeah, well, you know, the very first building the state of California ever built, you know, when it became a state, part of the Union of the United States, was the dungeon at San Quentin. That's the first thing they ever built as a state, and it's still there. It's a historical monument. So, I mean, that place is so old. There's so many blind spots, and you know, the guys that work the gun rails, the guards, they're pretty good. They could see just about everything, and they would. Some of them guys could reload their shotgun while they were shooting it. I mean, it was just insane. And those guys that shot people on a regular basis, and some of them enjoyed it. They never worked on the ground. They worked on the gun rail exclusively because guys developed a pretty severe hatred for them, you know.
Were you there when Schwarzenegger came there?
No, I think I was in the hole. But I do have some of my friends were there. They worked out with him. You know, I really got much love for Arnie. He was in Preston. He came to Preston when I was in Preston, and I seen him there. But in San Quentin, a couple of my friends were in the gym working out. He went and worked out with him for a few hours, and he was like, "Man, you know, you guys do way too much time." And then when he became a governor, some of those guys were still in prison. And he took the hard, tough on crime shit that all his predecessors took. So kind of a hypocrite, you know, once again, you know, guys take the route of, you know, follow the leader for their own success. So, I mean, I don't know. I think it's kind of hypocritical. And, you know.
Did Johnny Cash ever go to Quentin?
They did not when I was there, but
okay.
Yeah. You know, Johnny Cash, well, it was before my time, but he actually funded the cable system in the prisons for our TVs. He gave up the money to put cable. You know, it goes to an antenna on the roof back then. You know, people think about cable. I mean, we don't even have cable now. We have internet stuff. So, yeah, Johnny Cash funded the cable system for the televisions. You could have a TV in your cell, so all that was funded by Johnny Cash. Johnny Cash was a decent guy, man.
Definitely.
Yeah.
So what was your routine in Quentin?
You know, you had yard every other day. So I would go to the yard, work out, come in, you know, take a bird bath or shower in the yard. And then catch a nap. I'd stay up all night drawing. You know, you had a single cell back then in the hole. So my bed's a cookie sheet. And back then they had hobby in the hole. You could order art supplies in the hole, all that stuff, you know. So I got into my drawing, you know, and I got into tattooing, tattooed on my legs and got, you know, pretty good at tattooing and drawing. And then the next day I'd sleep all day, stay up all night drawing in yard, you know. That was my routine. I just got into my artwork, read a few books, you know, but that was it.
So did the art and the tattooing, did that become your hustle?
Yeah, later on. I mean, at that time I was just trying to learn how to draw and how to tattoo. And you know, and then I met this counselor. This counselor came on the tier. She goes, "Hi, I'm your new counselor." And she later on became the director of CDC. But I go, "So what?" You know, I'm like, "So what?" And, you know, I've been in the hole for a while, and I'm like, you know, so she started talking to me, and she's like, I go, "Look, I want to get the fuck out of the hole." And she goes, "Give me a year clean, and I'll get you out of the hole." I go, "Is your word good?" And she goes, "My word's good." So during that, I told some of my homeboys, "Hey, I'm going to try and, you know, get the fuck out of here. I got a life sentence. I got to go to board. I got to get out of the hole eventually." And so they're all right. Like, I don't really want to be involved in shit, you know. And I remember you know, a couple of my homeboys from San Diego in the yard, and this they brought a bunch of guys from Tracy, and I don't know much about them, and so some of the guys on my yard they had been at Tracy, and so I see this guy, he's a white dude, and I'm talking to him, yeah, what's up, you know. Well, in Tracy, they had white dudes that would conspire against other white dudes for the NF, basically. I think they called them the New White Family or some shit. But yeah, I think they were just scared to death, you know. So if they heard white dude talking about plotting against somebody, you know, they would go and tell them guys, and then they'd stab the white dudes. Evidently, one of these guys came in my yard that was one of them. I didn't know because I hadn't been to Tracy yet, you know. I remember I'm sitting there on the curb eating, and my homeboy was on my right, and this guy's sitting next to me, and there's a gun rail right straight this way, you know. And my homeboy just leaned over me and started stabbing this dude. And I'm like, what the fuck? And I grabbed my sack lunch and my sandwich, and I walked over, you know, I got about 15 feet away, and they started shooting them, you know. I remember that dude walking off the yard, and he had a big shiny knife sticking out of his shoulder. But I said, hey, homeboy, later on, you know, when he came back to the yard, I found out that's why he had stabbed that guy. He was one of them dudes, you know. And I said, hey, homeboy, what the fuck, man? You could have got me shot. And he goes, and I was in youth authority with this guy, Joe, and he goes, well, shit, man, you said you didn't want to be involved anymore. And so, you know, we're just respecting your wishes. And I go, man, next time, give me like a heads up, like 5-minute heads up, you know. Yeah, I mean, that was San Quentin, you know, that was prison back then, really. And so my counselor, she goes, you know, you've been in the hole for a while, nobody wants you. They came out with a point system. And so every time you get a write up, you get more points. You get points for the length of your term. And so 52 points is a level 4 and above. Well, I had like 164 points. I didn't know that at the time. And she's like, look, I put you up for Soledad a couple times, and they don't want you. Tracy don't want you. So she goes, I'm going to get you sent to CMF for this. It's called the Security Housing Decompression Unit to kind of filter you back into a main line. You know, you've been in a hole around all this violence, you know. She goes, but if you go there, CMF's pretty laid back pen. You know, they had all the lifer programs there, category T, category X. This was a category V. And she goes, if you go there and you fuck up, you're going to go back to level 4, and you're not going to get out for at least 10 years. You'll be in level 4. So think about it. And I go, all right. You know, about a week later, I said, hey, run it. I'm good, you know. And so, and I thought about it for a week, and I go, you know, this is a fucked up place to be. I got a shot, you know, and fuck it. So I went there, and they send you to the hole there, and then I got a job in the kitchen in the hole. You kind of work your way out to the main line. I got the main line there, and it was wide open. I was in G3, which was almost all lifers. They had 5 dorms and then cells. And they put me in a dorm. It was a Friday. And this cop, Smitty, worked Friday and Saturday nights, and he just didn't give a fuck about nothing. It was a party. Like, you know, his thing was basically no violence, you know. So the front door was open, so guys were coming from other units, other floors. CMF is sectioned off in floors. Each floor is separate from the other. And I mean, you know, I would just stand in the hallway, man, and guys' doors were open. Guys were in there smoking weed, drinking. It was just a fucking full-on party. And I was used to such a restricted environment. I was just like, wow, you know, it kind of blew me away. I wasn't really paranoid, but I thought, man, this is fucking crazy, you know. And yeah, I got into milling cabinet. I got into vocation there. Yeah, I went to the kitchen for a while, you know. I mean, I never really had a real job in prison yet, you know. And I mean, there was a lot of dope there, a lot of weed, crank, whatever you wanted. Guys are making wine. It's like a little prison's like a little city, you know. And so there was some guys there that were bikers into the pen, you know. This is like it's like a vacation from hell being there, you know. And everybody knows they're not going to be there for a long time. They got to do their little program and then go back to prison. But you know, I met some guys there that they were some guys were bike clubs, some guys were just bikers, some guys were bikers that hung around bike clubs. And you know, I was a kid, you know. I think I was like I don't know, 22, 23 maybe. And yeah, and I got in a little trouble and I went to AdSeg for a minute. And yeah, so I met these guys, you know, they're biker dudes, they're older than me. Some have been in prison since like 1970, now around 84, 85, you know, and I got in a little trouble, you know, still kind of an asshole, you know, still young. And, you know, you live through that kind of violence and that kind of madness. I mean, people can say, you know, whatever they want, you know, like it didn't bother them and they're, you know, but it does bother you and it didn't, and, you know, you do normalize it and you kind of accept it as it's a reality of your environment, but it still bothers you. And it you know, different people react. Some people isolate and become, you know, they internalize everything, and some people act out, and I acted out. You know, I didn't, you know, instead of saying, "Hey, I really don't know how to handle this shit," you know, I just acted like I could handle it, and just like everyone else does, and you know, I still had some crazy behaviors. You know, I got a little bit of trouble, and so these guys, you know, I remember I got out of AdSeg, and there was a deputy warden there that had worked his way up from CO to deputy warden, and he kind of liked us. His name was Nyberg, Bill Nyberg, and so that all the guys on the main line there were called Nyberg's kids. So you know, some of the guys I knew told him, "Hey, give a kid a chance," and he came down to see me. He goes, "I'm gonna let you stay here. You got one chance." He was a short guy, bald head, older guy, and he goes, "And if you fuck up, I'm going to send you to a pit. You understand what I'm saying?" I go, "I do," you know. And I said, "I gave you my word. I'd be good, and I intend to keep it." So the pit, you know, is Folsom, you know, end of the world. And so his thing was just no violence and don't get caught with dope, you know, don't get caught with drugs and no violence. It was pretty easy to, you know, and the older guys I knew, you know, guys that became good friends with, you know, they're like, "Hey, what do you want to do? You know, you want to party and make money, or you want to be in and out of the hole all the time?" I said, "I want to party and make money." And so they taught me how to do that, and they taught me how to live, you know, in prison, and of course the skills that they taught me as a young guy carried through even to this day, you know. And that's when I started focusing on getting a trade. I got in the milling cabinet. And then they had hobby shops where you could work with wood, jewelry, art, all that kind of stuff. So I would go down a hobby shop. You had to buy your own wood and all your own materials. And then they had a store out front where you could sell your products, you know. I started doing woodwork and doing my artwork, and I started tattooing pretty regular. Um, you know, that prison was really wide open. They had yard unlocks every half hour, a lot of free movement. I would go from floor to floor, tattooing, sling a little bit of dope, you know, make some money. And then, like a lot of the money I'd made, I would flip it over into hobby, and I'd buy wood and different stuff and make products, sell them in a hobby store. And I thought, man, you know, selling jewelry boxes, you know, chessboards, all that kind of stuff, wooden toys, whatever you know. I thought this is just like selling dope, but it's legal, you know. I mean, in prison, if you can make, you know, 4, 5, 10,000 bucks a year in prisons doing that, I mean, that was pretty good hustle, you know. And some guys made 10, 15 grand a year in hobby. It was of course, they took all that away. But so I got in a groove there, and I went from one program to the next, and they had about 3 programs you could do as lifers, And while I was there, I remember there was a few murders there. It was a pretty mellow prison. Um, but every now and then somebody would get killed, and I remember one dude, they gave him a shot of dope, and he slammed it, and when he slammed it, dude, ran a piece in his neck, and I heard his head flopped over backwards. Pretty brutal.
Was it over a drug debt then?
Kinda, he was, yeah, I guess he owed some money to somebody. And then there was this little Pisek guy down in the first tier, and this big dude my size, black dude, took his shit. He's like, hey, give me my shit back. The guy's like, fuck you. And so he went and got a piece, stabbed him, killed him. And that's, they had I was there about 4.5 years. They had, I don't know, 7 or 8 murders. So there wasn't a lot of violence there, but when there was violence, it was usually a killing.
You
So
mentioned the bikers then. So the bikers, did they have dual status in the Aryan Brotherhood?
no, that's not true. I heard that on your show, and he was talking about one guy that was in Folsom, and I believe his name's Moose, and big guy, heavy set dude. I heard he could play handball like crazy. He used to hang around some guys in a club out of the Bay Area, Oakland, but he was never a member. I don't even think he was a prospect. And then, I knew Rotten Richard. He mentioned that guy's name. Richard got kicked out of the club before he ever went to prison. He was not in the club when he was in prison, and he was not, and those, yeah, there's no dual status in a motorcycle club and a prison gang. There's no such thing. You're either one or the other. And actually, guys in prison gangs usually back then, they didn't really care much for bikers type guys.
Hope you're enjoying the podcast. Here's a word from our sponsor, Harry's. Having such a scratchy face, I'm always delighted to get a new Harry's set. There's a foaming gel, hydrating night lotion, and the razor with the weighted handle really gets the job done. The trimmer blade makes it so easy to get into those tricky places to reach. The shave gel offers effective lubrication and just comes off like butter. It's such a smooth shave. It shaves fast, efficiently, no discomfort, and it is so smooth by the end. The hydrating night lotion is light and non-greasy. Harry's is doing a £0 trial. Start shaving with the products, just pay for delivery. Save every time. Save on all your shaving products without sacrificing quality. You're in control. You can modify or cancel your plan from the account page. Make sure to support our podcast and start your own skincare journey by redeeming a free Harry's trial set. All you cover is £3.95 for delivery. Just head to harrys.com/Sean, SHAUN, and have your trial set delivered to your door. That's harrys.com/Sean, SHAUN. Thank you for supporting our sponsor.
Some guys had, respect or whatever, but like some of my friends that were involved with the baseball bat incident, Tracy, they had a lot of respect for people over. If you were in Tracy back then when the NF was killing white dudes and the BGF was killing white dudes, and you survived that, them guys had a lot of respect coming for what they went through. But there's no dual membership in the prison gang and the motorcycle clubs. It's just no. But bikers in prison, they don't aspire to spend the rest of their life in prison. I mean, and that's kind of something them dudes taught me. Like, there's a time to get with it, and there's a time to relax, and just, like they said, you want to party and make money, you want to be in the fucking hole all the time, And so, our goal is to get out of prison, and it's the motorcycle lifestyle is about freedom and being an individual, respecting your other guys that are individuals. That's what it's all about, man. So, you know,
Did you come across Doug the Thug?
now he left San Quentin before I got there. I didn't get the chance to meet him, but I have some friends that did. And yeah, he was quite a guy, quite a character, has quite a reputation, you know.
Have you got any Doug stories that you heard from those friends?
You know, I do have a friend, he went to prison pretty young like me, and you know, he's evidently Doug had a couple ladies in the hospital that would you know, involved with some prostitution stuff, you know, and he was like, "Hey, youngster, you want some pussy?" You know,
Oh shit.
you know, he's kind of, you know, I can just picture him like, you know, he's like, I didn't know what to say, man. You know, he had it going on. You know, he's from the old school, and you know, prison back then you could have just about anything you wanted at that place, and he had things going on. So yeah, he was you know, I heard he was a stand-up dude, you know, he'd get with it, fight, whatever, do, you know, put up with no shit, all that. Um, yeah, but I never got a chance to meet him, unfortunately. A little bit before my day, you know.
So if it went
Right.
off with the other races, then everybody had to represent.
Sure. I mean, you know, it's not like you know, they say in war there's long periods of boredom interrupted by short spurts of violence. You know, prison's the same way. You know, you're always aware of what can happen at any time. I mean, all it takes is at the drop of a hat there could be something, you know, that could be life threatening, but for the most part, guys are going about their daily routine, doing their thing, you know. Guys are working in the law library, guys are working in the dental lab, guys are working in plant operations, carpenter shop, guys are going to work, trade, trying to earn some money in industry, and trying to hustle some food out of the kitchen, you know, so they could make some money, and everyone's doing their thing. And you know, it's not like all the white guys work here and all the black guys work there and all the Mexicans work there. So everyone's working together, everyone's around each other all the time. And so it's not like, you know, you don't go to work and be like, hey, fuck you guys, you know. I mean, you have to work with guys, you have to live around guys. And so for the most part, people get an understanding, and they get along, you know.
Did
It's
did
not
it
like you're on.
did any full scale race riots pop off?
Yeah, I remember I was in a hole. They had one in San Quentin that lasted quite a long time. With the Mexicans and the blacks, I guess it was pretty bad. But I mean, I've been in a few riots here and there, and it seemed like back in the day, Folsom and San Quentin were competing to see how many people they could kill each year, you know. But you know, I didn't. After '79, you know, pretty much right before I came to prison, they had a big thing in Folsom with the blacks and whites. But after that, things, my time in prison, I really didn't have a lot of problems with the blacks. You know, later on at Lancaster around the 2000, we started having some riots with the Southern Hispanics, Southern Mexicans. Would jump on the whites, you know, usually over drug debts some fucking guy owed, you know. But yeah, so I stayed in Vacaville, finished all the programs, and then I went back to San Quentin, and they're like, "Welcome to San Quentin. You're going to Folsom." So they were making San Quentin a level 2. You know, it's an antiquated prison, and they built a bunch of new prisons. You know, and I had gone to the parole board for the first time, and they said, you know, you didn't finish your milling cabinet trade, so we don't have any documentation that you can support yourself when you get out. So we want you to finish your milling cabinet trade. We want you to go to Tracy. And so I was like, you know, fuck Tracy. I want to go back to San Quentin. But I went there and they're like, you know, we're making it a level 2. You're out of here. And they sent me to New Folsom, end of '88, beginning of '89. And I went to B Yard, which is supposedly, you know, the asshole yard. Seems like everywhere I went after that, I always ended up on the asshole yard. But you know, the time I spent there around them guys in CMF, you know, I kind of came into my own, and I figured out how I was going to live in prison. And I was just gonna, that's how I was going to do it, you know. So I got to New Folsom, and I mean, they had nothing. There was no hobby, no jobs, and all I had was a nice weight pile, you know. And I remember I met my friend David Marshall there, and I went out to the yard. They had emptied the shoe in the back, and that's where they put us. They sent them guys to Pelican Bay or whatever. And so David Marshall tells me, "You play baseball?" I'm like, "Yeah, I play softball, you know, whatever." And so we played the whites against the blacks, level 4, 180 yard, you know. We're playing softball. I look over there, and there's like a stack of sodas like 4 feet high, a couple stacked. They're gambling cases of sodas on a softball game. You know? That was pretty funny. But you know, by now I'm into making money and hobby, partying a little bit, and just I'm like, you know, family visits. I had gotten married in 1988, and you know, I'm just like, fuck this place. There's nothing here. It's a dead end, you know. And so I put in, I filed a 602, which is like a grievance or an appeal process thing. And I said, hey, you know, the parole board told me to go to DVI, Tracy, and I'd like to be transferred to Tracy to finish my vocational training. Back then, if the board told you to do something, CDC would comply. You know, if they say go to, you know, go to Mars and, you know, whatever. I mean, they had to send you where the parole board requested you to go. And so they granted my 602, and I went to Tracy in May of '89. But I remember before I left, I had a homeboy there, had a big Superman thing tattooed on his chest, Chili. And then I had hair back then, and I was young, you know, and I wore glasses, and I went through the chow line, and this little South Sider from San Diego, he loads up Chili's tray, and he goes, Superman. And he loads up my tray, and he goes, Clark Kent. You know, he gave us like double, triple issue of food, you know, and this black dude, you know, he gave him a scoop, and he just looks at him, and the guy stuck his tray out like for more, and he goes, fuck you, that's all you get. And I was like, wow. And pretty disrespectful, you know. He used the N-word, you know. So I left about a week later, and I got my property in Tracy, and turned on the news. They had a big fucking riot in New Folsom on B Yard right after I left. So a couple guys got killed, a lot of stabbings. So I skated out of that. Well, it's being there, and it's pretty grateful for that. And so now I'm in Tracy. You know, they had a hobby shop there. There were some guys I knew there. Now it's '89. I've been in prison. I've been down like 10 years, you know. I had weight piles. Now we have, you know, I had Northerners, Southerners there. They just started letting Northerners back into that prison when I was there. But there was still a few stabbings once in a while in Tracy, but overall it was pretty mellow. They had a swimming pool. They had hobby. They had prison industry running, you know, 3 shifts, like 7 days a week. So it was a lot of money. And when you have a lot of money in the prison, that's money for guys to go to canteen, hobby, buy hobby materials, take care of their families, food sales, and, you know, for illegal shit, you know. Guys that want to use, they got money to do it, you know. So it was a jam-packed prison. You know, it was '89. They were just starting to get into they had built these prisons now. They have new prisons. And the prison guards union was getting stronger under, I think Pete Wilson was getting elected governor, and tough on crime was just full blast now. So parole used to be in California. When you went out on parole, your parole officer was supposed to help you transition back into society, help you get work, whatever, counseling, food. Well, now you have prison guards becoming parole officers, and their allegiance is to their union and their brother prison guards. So their job became to violate your parole and get you back into prison. And, you know, I started seeing guys parole and come back, you know, and Tracy was getting full. They had the field house with a couple hundred guys in it. All the day rooms had beds in them. That's when I started noticing, you know, the prisons were filling up. I was like, fuck, man, this is kind of way out, you know. You know, I can't imagine being in Tracy back in the day when it was full blown just warfare. Because I heard stories of guys that were there when that was going on, and I mean, them dudes, the NF would, they'd stab you and kill you right in the hallway, right in front of the guards. I heard the story, dude stabbed a dude up, killed him, and then walked over to K-Wing, which is a hole, and stood in front of the door, put his hands behind his back, just like, so it was a it's a blessing being there without that shit going on. I got in a hobby, we had family visits, the family visiting clerk signed you up for your family visits. So, I was buying family visits and doing my thing. I was involved with some illegal activity. I was on the weight pile, working in industry. I finished my mill and cabinet trade, and it was cool. Tracy was pretty cool. Then I went to board, and they're like, we want you to go to do this program. I'm like, I don't want to go do that program because it was at a CMC, and they said, well, we changed this program. It's now in Donovan, which was in San Diego, and that's where I'm from. So I went down to Donovan in '93 for a Category T program. I stayed there about 3.5 years. I started working as a plumber. I did that program, and I got into my, now I'm in a prison with no hobby shop, just sell hobbies. So I got into my painting and tattooing, and one of the guys I tattooed is now on death row, Todd. So that's kind of a disappointing thing, to see. He was a young dude, pretty cool. We got out, came back, and got involved with some shit and got himself sent to death row. But Donovan was a pretty kickback pen. Now I'm a little older, now I'm starting, most of the guys around me are younger. And I started going to board, and they're just like, nah. I had great evaluations out of this program, recommendation I'd be paroled. And it's like, we're going to deny your parole. I went to the board the last time there, and there was a guy who was a lieutenant in a San Diego police officer and police department, and another guy who was a lieutenant in La Mesa Police, which is San Diego, and then a guy who was a lady who was a politician out of San Diego, Republican. So, and it's like, it's a no-win situation, and they knew about my case. I mean, they were cops when my case happened, and that's when I just decided, fuck this, man. I'm not getting out,
What's it like when you go into the board? Is it like a panel of people that ask you questions?
Yeah, back then it was 3 people, now it's 2. They would have 2 commissioners and a deputy commissioner, and these 2 of these guys are cops. I mean, and they're politically appointed. They're appointed by the governor, and so they go through your crime, then your post conviction, and then any programs you've done, and then what your plans are for parole, and it's just basically they just sit in there and fat mouth you and accuse you of stuff, and they accuse you of oh, you killed this guy because you wanted to be a member of a motorcycle club, and that's not true. I'm like, that's not true. I mean, it's the same thing like I was explaining to you about my trial. They bring in a witness that lied. They know he lied. They don't care. It's the same thing. Over the course of time in prison, people drop notes on you. They snitch on you, write snitch kites. That's all in your confidential file. And so they'll go through that and pick and choose information they know it's not true, but they'll make accusations, and it's just like, or you get a letter of support from somebody. You have to get letters of support, job offers, and they'll start making accusations against the people that send letters of support to you, and it's just like, man, what it's pretty obvious they have no intent on releasing you. And I remember I told them, They deny, and they would deny you 1 year, 1 year, 1 year. Back then, it was a 3-year was the max they could deny you. I told them, hey, look, why don't you just give me a 3-year denial so I don't have to come back in here for 3 years? And they go, well, you know, just don't come. And so I went. I got in some trouble, you know. When I started realizing I wasn't going to get out of prison, you know, I divorced my wife. I said, hey, just go live your life. And she's like, all right, you know. But then she came back around and she's like, hey, let's get a family visit. Well, I was divorced, you know. I don't want to keep her tied to a prison sentence with me, right? So, so I'm all right. I put in for a family visit and I got it, you know. Then we had another one. And on the third one, I had moved to another yard and I sent her some money off my books. And my new counselor went through my file and found my divorce papers while I was on a family visit. And the goon squad came out. And a family visit is where you go out there with your wife, your mother, your children, brothers, sisters, immediate family for 48 hours. So, and you're in an apartment. There's food, you know, you buy food from the prison now. Back in the day, you could bring in your own food, all that stuff. So anyway, that last night there, the goon squad came out there and rolled me up. And, you know, they're like, hey, if we had our way, we would just let you stay out here. But the warden called us to come roll you up. And at that time, they were talking about taking our family visits. So, and that's kind of the reason why I didn't want to try to get remarried and get family visits that way. So they rolled me up and wrote me up for falsifying a family visiting application. And, I still had level 4 points, but I was there in a program. And so I got transferred to Corcoran from there. And for that, over that ride up, you know, because I finished the program there, but I got to stay there as an emergency plumber. I was a plumber. I became an emergency plumber. You can get an override also for your job, you know. And so they tried to keep me there, and they're like, man, I don't know what the fuck you did, but that warden's intent on getting you out of here, you know. And so I went to Corcoran. I got another year denial there. And Corcoran was cool. I was there for a couple of years. It's kind of run old school, you know, like if there was a stabbing, they would just lock down the race involved or the group involved and resume movement, you know. And so right after I got there, they had a huge riot with the blacks and the Southsiders. And they were locked down for like 3 months. The only people they would let out were whites. So we had the kitchens, the tier tending, everything. It was only whites out. It was a fucking party, you know. Guys were just, we were partying. Guys were making wine, getting loaded. We'd be 5, 6 guys in the cell partying, wrestling, having a great time. And then, then they let them out. They let everybody out back to normal. And there would be a stabbing on the yard, man, and they would just lock everybody up. Then the afternoon yard, they'd come out. They ran it kind of old school. Back in the day, if there was a murder, they'd just lock the prison down for a second and then resume program, And that's kind of how they ran Corcoran. At the time, they were investigating them in the SHU for all the fights and all that stuff they were doing back there. The FBI was investigating the prison, so they treated us pretty good on the main line.
I just had a guy fly out here who did 40 years in California State, and he spent some years in Corcoran. And he was telling me about the booty bandit of Corcoran, and he was telling me about the guards doing staged fights because he was a boxer, so they were putting money on him and all this stuff. Did you hear about all that stuff?
I heard about some of that stuff, but I never seen it. That, like the fights, that was before I got there, and that's why the feds were investigating them. But there were guys there that were there when that stuff was happening, and that stuff was happening. I did hear about some guy in the hole, some black dude. They would put dudes in his cell, and he would, like that part's true. Like if the guards get pissed off at somebody, they'd put him in a cell with that dude, and he'd beat him down and rape him.
I googled it after I spoke to that guy, and there are news articles about the booty bandit of Corcoran people can Google, and about the stage fights because people were getting killed, weren't they?
Yeah, that stuff's true. And there's a video I saw of a guy. They, in the shoe they had the chessboard spray painted on the ground. They're playing chess, and the Hispanic dudes. Guy got mad, slapped the dude he's playing chess with, and then several minutes went by and they shot the dude and killed him. I mean, back in the shoe, they would shoot you, any violence, they would shoot you. And the shoe yards back there are really small. So, yeah, they were shooting people. They were staging fights. They would, in the shoe, they would they would release 4 or 5 black dudes and then release a white guy. Or, knowing it's on, right? Or they would take guys in the chow hall on the main line, I heard. I heard this numerous accounts of this from guys that were there when it's going on. They put guys in the chow hall and then, to fight, and they would bet on who would win. I mean, cops would bet on it. It was pretty. And these are supposed to be the guys that their job is to keep you in prison and keep the peace. So I mean, that shit that was going on.
They formed their own gang, didn't they? The guards.
Yeah, Corcoran had. They were gang mentality, but the Green Wall actually came out of Salinas. That was Salinas Valley Prison. It's, they built so many prisons. They got so big. They had 180,000 people in prison. So now prison's kind of changed, There's so many people. In the beginning, when the new prison started coming along, you had guys that been around in the 80s, 70s in each prison. So things were kind of run. They had locked up all the gang members, but you had guys that knew how to do time. But now, once you get into the 2000s, it's or late 90s, it's all those guys that knew how to do time, that they weren't coming back to prison. You had guys that would parole, stay out for 3 or 4 or 5 years, and then come back for 3 or 4 or 5 years. They would stay out, and then they would assume that doing certain crimes was worth the risk. The benefit was worth the risk. And every now and then they get caught, come back for a few years, leave. They were criminals, gangsters, whatever. A lot of them were really good dudes. And, some of them guys, they had skills. So they'd come to prison, work as carpenters, plumbers, electricians, get on the inmate day labor crew. They knew how to do their time. Well, those guys quit coming to prison. You had the 3 strikes came out, severe penalties. So they just quit coming in. And I started noticing that all the guys I knew in prison, they were gone. There were very few guys left that were around in the early 80s that, when I first came in. And now I'm surrounded by guys that have an idea of how things were back then, but it's kind of twisted. It really wasn't the way they think it was, and so they're trying to emulate what they think prison should be or what it was, and it really started fucking up the system. And then the 3 strikes started giving guys prison time, sent to level 4 prisons that really were not that kind of guy, and they had life sentences for stealing a pair of Levi's or shoplifting some whiskey. And, I was still involved with slinging a little bit of dope and partying. And, I had a couple guys locked up that owed me $50. Then I started looking around the yard, and guys were just checking in. What happened to so-and-so? He checked in. The guys were walking around the yard with their chest out, next thing you know, they're gone. I'm like, what happened to that dude? Oh, he owed a bunch of money, so he's gone. Or we found out that dude was a fucking chomo. Or we found, I was like, fuck, man. By now I've been down 15, 16 years. And so the guy that I was doing shit with, he got busted. Actually, I remember he sold this guy some dope. This kid had a lot of money. His dad, big daddy, big money, 3 striker. He bought a bunch of speed, and he went to his cell and he papered up a bunch of speed, and he wrote names on each paper. He was going to give a bunch of guys a paper dope, and they rolled up on him in the chow hall, and they thought he was stealing sugar, and the cop put his hand in his jacket pocket and, what do you got in there? And he pulled out all these papers of dope with everybody's name on it. And they sent him to the hole. And the guy I was doing shit with, he had life without the possibility of parole. And he was just a hardcore dope fiend. And he was a wheeler dealer. And we were doing things together. So we were locked down. We come out for a shower, and he goes, "Yeah, that dude sent me a kite." He said, "Don't worry, I'm not going to tell on you." And I said, "He's already told on you, Ricky." He goes, "How do you know?" I said, "Well, if I get busted and I go to the hole, you know, I don't have to send you a kite and tell you I'm not going to tell on you. You'll know I didn't tell on you because you won't get busted. They're not going to come fuck with you." He goes, "Wow." And sure enough, you know, they started searching his cell, and they ended up taking him to the hole. And this is in '97, you know. And so I said, you know, all my friends are gone. And for us, dope was for partying and making money. I remember them guys told me, you know, if you're not making money and you're not having a good time and you're still fucking with it, then you're just a dope fiend like all the rest of these guys. I thought, you know, I'm not really having that much fun. I got to put guys in check. You know, guys owe you money. It was funny is like the Southsiders, other guys, they would pay you. And then white dudes are like, slow fuck you. And I got to go to work and say, hey, you know, if you don't pay me, I'm going to kill you. Why do I got to do that? You know, so I just said, I'm not having any fun. The money's too risky. I'm done, you know. And I went to my cell. I flushed a quarter ounce of crank. I'm over it, you know. I remember my cell, he goes, "Man, I would have done that." I said, "Not in this cell. I'm over it, you know." And then became the you know, you could go to the yard and guys would be talking about dope, and I'd be like, "Yeah, I don't use." You know, and yeah, everybody uses dope in prison. You know, son of a bitch.
My battery's just gone. Just keep talking though. I'm just gonna replace it.
All right. Yeah, so everybody uses dope in prison. You're surrounded by dope fiends, you know. But yeah, I did like Corcoran. It was I enjoyed Corcoran. I remember one time my wife came to see me there, and yeah, there was a lot of stabbings there and nobody ever got busted. I remember that. It's the last place I've been to where violence would happen and guys wouldn't get caught. And so when you go to the visiting room, you go down to a corner, you hit a button, it buzzes over and visit, and then they pop the gate and you could go out to your visit, you know. So I get down there with it. Some of the Southsiders had a little policy: pick up a Bible or a knife. So if a guy was involved with a church, they wouldn't really sweat him for, you know, to be involved with the madness, you know. But this one guy was like bullying this old man, and he was walking around with a Bible during the day and then bully weaker guys. And so I remember I was down there, I pushed the button, you know, to go on my visit. I turned around and there's this dude stabbing this guy. I mean, right in front of the fucking program office. He just on it, just boom, boom, boom. He stabbed him like 25 times. And I remember I was, fuck, you know, I kept pushing that button, you know, for him to pop that gate so I could get out to my visit. And I got through the gate and I got to my visit, and then I heard the alarm on the yard. My lady's like, "What's that?" And I go, I told her, she's like, "Fuck," you know. But I mean, that's the mentality you develop after a while. I mean, there's a guy getting stabbed, you know, and you're just like, I want to go on my visit, you know, fucking, you know what I mean? And there was a kid there too, Opie. He was in New Folsom with me, and it was always fucking on the verge of getting in a wreck, you know, over drugs. And I was a tier tender at the time, so I would do my job in the building and then go out to the yard. It's a new prison. They got a double gates, you know, go through the rotunda, you go out. They opened the gate on both gates, and Opie was coming in, and he had a knife sticking out his neck. He's like, "Mitch." Knife was sticking out about that far out of his neck. And I go, "What's up, Opie?" And he goes, "They stabbed me in my neck." I was like, fuck, you know. But you know, so I go, "Well, fuck it." I went out to the yard. I figure, oh, we're gonna be locked down for a little bit on that. So I just jetted out the yard, found a grassy spot and sat down. And, you know, the alarm went off, and I got a, you know, hour and a half, 2 hours a yard. I mean, that was Corcoran, you know. I mean, it was, and you know, the guys like that, guys were getting stabbed was usually because they owed a lot of money and they weren't paying, which I didn't mind, you know. And then, you know, I was like, you know, Corcoran didn't have any AA or NA. No hobby. I worked in the furniture, like a modular office furniture in a wood shop for a while. It was pretty cool. But I wanted a hobby. I wanted to get into my art and shit, you know. So I got transferred to Lancaster.
Mitch, I think I'm going to stop you here because we're at about 2 hours of content right now.
Yeah.
And I think we're halfway through your sentence.
Yeah.
What I'm going to suggest is we put this out as part 1. I'll get Bruno back next Sunday.
Yeah.
And we can just keep going from there with part 2 if you're up for that.
Yeah, we can do that. Yeah.
Do you want to tell the viewers then how they can find your channel? We'll include the link in the description box below this video. Can you tell them how they can find your channel and support you and go to your Instagram and stuff?
Yeah. Yeah, guys can find my channel at Hard Intentions on YouTube. And we also have a website, hardintentions.com. And I'm on Instagram, Mitch Smiley 790 on Instagram. People want to message, you know, I still do artwork and the like, you know. Yeah. So be cool to hear from people, get their response. And if anybody wants any, you know, artwork done, I can do that. Yeah.
So all of Mitch's links will be in the description box below this video. We're on an epic journey here of almost 4 decades in prison. You're a brilliant storyteller, Mitch, because I've hardly had to say anything, and that's ideal for me. I just sit here and listen to these stories. We're on the edge of our seats. It's such an epic journey. So please put in the comments what you thought about this. Like I said, all of Mitch's links are there if you want to reach out to him. Check out his art, subscribe to his channel. You know, we really appreciate people following through on the links that the guests give us. It incentivizes them to come back, and it's just, you know, helps build this community. So let us know in the comments what you thought about this video, and huge thank you to Mitch for spending so much time with us. Really appreciate it, man.
Thanks for having us.
Cheers.
Appreciate it.
So if you enjoy true crime books, Gadfly Press is proud to announce the publication of Son of the Cali Cartel. You may have seen the Cali Cartel as represented on Narcos. A lot of that was BS. William lays it down in this book, what actually happened. The Cali Cartel, they took over from Pablo Escobar. They were the biggest cartel in the world, dealing billions and billions per year, US dollars. And the 4 heads out of the 2 most important ones were Miguel, which was William's dad, and his brother, Gilberto. When Miguel went to prison and Gilberto went to prison, William was running the cartel. Could you imagine running a multi-billion-dollar cartel? And the DEA, war on drugs, they made them public enemy number 1. William got shot up in an assassination attempt in a restaurant. The book starts out with that story. His mates got murdered, and he just barely made it out alive. So if you want to check it out, it's available worldwide on Amazon as an ebook, audiobook, and paperback. And the link is in the description box below this video. Cheers. Enjoy the podcast.